guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marusa reporting. President Joe Biden wants to tame inflation. He wants Congress to protect access to abortion. And he wants to tackle voting rights. He's taking on China, too, promoting construction of new factories, addressing climate change, forgiving student debt, pardoning federal marijuana convictions, cutting the deficit, working to lower prescription drug prices, and funneling aid to Ukraine. Biden is trying to be everything to everyone, but that's making it hard for him to say he's focused on any single issue above all others as he tries to counter Republican momentum going into the November 8 elections. There's no one thing, Biden said Wednesday when questioned about his top priority. There's multiple issues, and they're all important. We ought to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. Democratic and Republican candidates alike are making the final push to earn your vote with Election Day just over 2 weeks away. On Face the Nation, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi said she was very confident about her party's chances.
These are tough fights, but that's what they are, and it's a big change from what the media thread of, oh, they can't possibly win. No, we can possibly win.
The latest CBS News Battleground Tracker predicts the Republicans will take a 224 to 211 advantage in the House of Representatives. A Texas state trooper has been pink-slipped.
A Texas state trooper who arrived at the scene of the Uvalde, Texas massacre just 5 minutes after the shooting started has been fired. The sergeant is one of several troopers investigated after revelations that law enforcement delayed going into the school while the gunman killed 19 children and 2 teachers. According to CNN, the Department of Public Safety officials did not disclose a reason for the firing. For the USA Radio News Los Angeles Bureau, I'm Ellie Andrews.
This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8888. 877-581-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code, the Buy One, Get One Extravaganza, going on right now at mypillow.com.
The stock market ended on a high note last week after a report in the Wall Street Journal signaled that some Federal Reserve officials want to start to slow down interest rate hikes. On CNN's State of the Union, Independent Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont agrees it should be done soon.
I think what we certainly don't want to see is a Fed raising interest rates right now, which will result in more unemployment and lower wages.
The rate hikes were put in place to rein in inflation. Wyoming Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney, vice chair of the January 6 committee on NBC's Meet the Press Sunday, cautioned Americans against voting in the midterm elections for one particular category of candidates.
No one of any party should be voting for people who are election deniers. They're telling you that they'll only certify an election they agree with. There's not much graver threat to the democracy than you can imagine.
Cheney exits Congress at year's end after being defeated in a Wyoming Republican primary contest. Cases of RSV, a respiratory virus, have doubled in more than 25 states, putting a strain on hospitals. Former Commissioner of the Food and Drug Administration, Dr. Scott Gottlieb, joined Face the Nation to talk about it.
Parents who have children who have an upper respiratory infection, many times they're testing them, finding out it's not COVID, and feeling relieved. I think they still need to be vigilant that it could be RSV, it could be early flu. So if you see progressive symptoms, seek out help from a doctor. There are treatments that are available that could help children with RSV.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Marusso.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. hot-shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All righty then. Well, that's the way we close out the weekend. Yeah, sad but true, but all good things must come to an end, as they say. So, hope you had a good weekend. We cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. We will work our way progressively from the East Coast to the West Coast into a Monday. All right, following up on sports action. Of course, this final game of Sunday was Steelers versus the Dolphins. Steelers lost that one. And we keep a close eye on Major League Baseball. Phillies are going to the World Series. And it appears, barring some sort of a miracle, in the bottom of the ninth as the Yankees are down by a run with 2 outs. In other words, they're down to their final out. Houston, if they hold on, would proceed to face Philadelphia in the World Series. Isn't that something? Yeah, Phillies, 4 in a row to make their way to the World Series. And again, Houston on the brink of doing the same. Up 3-0, down to that final out, and so we'll keep a close eye on things. I guess the fans in Houston will be going bonkers, kind of like they did in Philadelphia, right? Philly Dad was one of the first out of the box. He said, hey, there's a red wave in Philadelphia right now. Congratulations to the Philadelphia Phillies. We're going to the World Series. Indeed, congratulations to Philadelphia there. Yeah, we got it all covered for you. College football action, NFL Sunday, NASCAR down to the final 2 races of the season next week. They'll be determining who is the final 4 vying for a championship. Of course, then it'll be that final race determining the season champion. So an action-packed weekend here, but yeah, it is 844-844-3388. How was your weekend? Hey, depending on what part of the country you're in, yeah, we noticed a big-time warm-up over the weekend. So that was pretty impressive. Temperature currently 58 degrees outside the secret bunker. Not bad for the 24th day of October. So there you go. But other side of the country, it's a different story. Totally different ball game. As a big storm is bringing big changes out west. And we are seeing the first accumulating snowfall of the season. In recent days, much of the Northwest and the Northern Rockies have felt more like late summer rather than fall. Things began to change late last week. Thursday, temperatures were in the 70s in Spokane, Washington, around 80 in cities like Bend, Oregon, and Reno, Nevada. I mean, we're talking a good 15 degrees above normal. Well, the arrival of a new storm has sent those temperatures plunging for the start of the weekend, and we progressively see much colder temperatures way down into the southwestern. As a matter of fact, there are hard freeze warnings tonight and all the way into southern Utah and northern Arizona. By Monday night into Tuesday morning, freeze warnings will extend all the way to the U.S.-Mexico border. They're in southern Arizona. This is a storm that's actually going to strengthen as we get the new week started. Snow is going to fill in and will bring in strong winds as the colder air packed with moisture from the Pacific rolls southeastward over the Rockies and helps fuel this storm over the plains, freezing levels, lowering dramatically, especially over the higher elevations out west. So this drop in temperature is going to change rain to snow over the ridges and the peaks to the intermediate levels through the upcoming day. As we speak, Sunday evening still out west, the highest snow totals coming from the mountains around Alta, Utah, where they've recorded 20 inches of snow thus far. Several other mountain locations picking up over a foot of snow. Brighton, Utah, and Big Sky there in Montana. Several inches of snow expected to be widespread from the Canadian Rockies to as far east as North Dakota and as far south as the Colorado-New Mexico border with this system. A general 6 to 12 inches of snow across that region. Higher elevations could approach maybe 30 inches of snowfall in the Wasatch Range there in Utah, the Rockies in Colorado, the Tetons in Wyoming, and the Sawtooth Range in the state of Idaho. Some of the bigger cities across the West can expect snow to mix in with rain for a time, including Salt Lake City and the Denver area. However, the air is likely too warm for more than just maybe a quick coating of snow in those areas. Should snow accumulate in either city, it would be the first accumulating snowfall of the season. But with the storm comes some notable hazards, especially for the travelers out there. You should expect delays with the possibility of even some road closures, including portions of I-70, 80, 90, and 94, and maybe a stretch of Canada's Highway 1 in Manitoba and Saskatchewan with the snowfall there. Now, this could be especially true across the lower elevations of the northern plains. While the amount of snow may be kind of limited, there's a narrow area that will pick up some heavy snowfall, and we could be talking actually some blizzard conditions possible with the high winds combined with the snow. Dramatically reduced visibilities. Travel may even be slowed by some heavier downpours in the lower elevations. So wind-driven rain, reduced visibility. Whether it's rain or snow, the precipitation will be a benefit for many in this part of the country. The surge in moisture will indeed help with the drought conditions. All of Washington, Oregon, Idaho, they're all abnormally dry. More than half of each of those states is at least in a moderate drought right now. But as this storm moves eastward into the plains, we'll be watching for some additional threats. Gusty winds and severe thunderstorms may come into play, starting, as a matter of fact, by later this afternoon. Later Monday, we'll break down who anticipates stronger storms and high winds as we get the new week started here. Coming up, as a matter of fact, there are wind advisories extending from southern Minnesota all the way down into central portions of Oklahoma. So a good portion of Iowa, western Missouri, eastern Kansas, and Nebraska. Wind advisories up into the Dakotas as well. And as I mentioned a moment ago, the freeze watches and freeze warnings all the way to our southern border there over the next couple of mornings. What a difference a couple of days can make, indeed. All right, we mentioned Philly Dan is on board. Heavy D checks in. Hello, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Let's get this week started. Stay safe, keep on trucking, high pressure pumping, ready to roll. 5-7 is on board. Richard, good morning from Central Florida. 68 degrees. Hello, Steve, and all the listeners out there. Gilligan checking in. Morning, Steve and fellow listeners. A pleasant 56 degrees at the GMA&B Enterprises Complex in the thriving metropolis of Highview, West Virginia. Everybody keep a shiny side up out there. Shorty says, I'm going past Kentucky Speedway as I head to Columbus to start my double Orlando turnaround. Yep, the Ford vehicle still parked everywhere at the Speedway. 57 degrees, and I cast my early vote over the weekend on Saturday. All right, way to go, Shorty. Hello to Daniel checking in. There's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning, Steve. 70 degrees in Union City, Tennessee. Special shout out to the Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from Williams Sausage Company tonight. All right. Morning, Steve, and the overnight drive crew. There's Kevin checking in, a.k.a. There's Flapjack. That's another Kevin. Back-to-back Kevins. Flapjack here in northern Illinois. 70 degrees, dry roads, and God bless the American trucker. Hello to Charles. Home. Enjoy a great weekend with the grandkids. Got a week of Skullbusters coming my way. How about them Oklahoma State Cowboys beating them Longhorns? That was a great one. Hey, keep it between the spotted and the solid. Greasy side down, sunny side up. 10-10 till we do it again. Thank you very much. Charles, have a great morning. Hello from Cottondale, Florida with 51 degrees. Todd Wheeler checks in. There's Brain Dead. Morning, Steve. Hope you had a great weekend. As I'm taking my lunch break, working the docks tonight on my double punch. I heard you talking about the change of operation Friday morning. Yes, that was the Reddaway and the Penn divisions there at YRC. He said, I'll try to call in later and break it down for you. Yeah, a little better than the story you were sharing there. All right, that was from Freight Waves. Yeah, we touched on that Friday morning. All right, hello to Pappy. Hey, I found you. 56 degrees in far southwestern side of Hamilton County. I did not get the notification from Facebook. But I had you on the app, though. Let's go. It's my Friday. Be safe and hammer down. Yeah, Cap and Ron, I hear you. Checking in on the greatest day of the week. Because we love Mondays so much, right? Lots to cover, indeed, as we get the new week started. And our number, 844-3388. 6-5 was the final score. Astros over the Yankees. So, as I mentioned, I guess the celebration is on in Houston. It's on to the World Series. You know, all these additional games that had been slated for the next several days. Okay, that's no more action till Friday. So they've got a significant break to kind of recoup and get all set for World Series game number 1, Friday evening. That'll be kicking off there. So Friday, Saturday, looks like then Monday, Tuesday. We're headed toward Halloween weekend, right? Yeah, next Monday, 1 week from today, October 31. How about that? It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back on a Monday morning as we close out the weekend. I stand corrected. I was thinking Philadelphia won 4 in a row. And Padres did win one game. Yeah, going into the game yesterday, Philadelphia was up 3-1. So, yeah, Philadelphia wins the National League Championship Series 4-1. 4-3 was the final score this past day. And here just minutes ago, Houston Astros closing things out. That was indeed 4 straight wins for the Astros over the Yankees. 6-5, the final score. Now we're talking about there's an area of the country that's been particularly parched since the summer, which may finally see some relief this week. That big storm we were just talking about, the needed rain, will come at the risk of severe weather at the same time. Same storm that's bringing this snow across much of the Rockies over the weekend and into the day today, Monday. It's going to bring a whole new set of hazards, especially to the southern tier of the country. As the storm develops in Texas and Oklahoma today, it will bring some much-needed rainfall to the region, widespread rainfall, 1/2 inch to 1 inch across both of those states. There are some locations from Oklahoma, northeastern Texas to eastern Missouri that could see more like 1 to 2 inches of rain between now and Tuesday. In that zone of heavier rain would be the likes of Oklahoma City and Springfield, Missouri. Helping to fuel some of that higher rainfall will be some of the lingering moisture from Rosalind, which made landfall in western Mexico early Sunday as a Category 3 hurricane. While Rosalind was downgraded to a tropical storm this past afternoon, the moisture is going to shift into the southern USA. Localized flooding is possible in some areas. Should all that rain come down too quickly, most of the area can expect downpours to amount to nothing more than maybe just some ponding of water on the roadways. But as the week progresses, rain will indeed reach the Mississippi River Valley, a location that's been making headlines in recent weeks with historically low river levels, impacting the supply chain, actually revealing century-old shipwrecks. Any rain not absorbed by the ground will filter into the Mississippi River, helping to raise the water levels a bit by the middle of, it doesn't happen overnight, it'll be by the middle of next week when you really begin to see some of the water coming off the tributaries. But accompanying the rain is the threat for some thunderstorms to turn severe. The contrast of the warm air ahead of this storm and the cold air on the backside is going to create a rather dynamic atmosphere, which will be favorable for severe weather. First day of severe weather comes up later on today across much of central and eastern portions of Texas. Thunderstorms developing in this area could produce some of the heavier downpours, damaging wind gusts. And if you're going to be traveling portions of I-10, 20, I-35, be cautious for downpours and gusty winds, reduced visibility, especially for those of you in the high-profile vehicles. It looks like the threat for severe weather shifts a bit further east into the southern Mississippi River Valley as the week progresses. Downpours, damaging winds will impact western Kentucky all the way down to the Louisiana Gulf Coast. Drenching rain extending even further northward into the Midwest and Ohio Valley. Following the storm, though, drier conditions likely to return to the southern plains for midweek this week. And forecasters are indeed monitoring for another storm to sweep through the Northwest during that time frame. Could bring more rain to the plains late this week. So it looks like we kind of kick off this final week of October with a very active weather pattern there. Buckeye Boy checks in from Ackworth, Georgia, 49 degrees. Houston going to the World Series. How about that? It's been a busy week, and unfortunately I had to get up early most of the week. but had some great weather this weekend. We were in the 70s, and even though it was a little chilly during the overnight hours, I will be going to vote tomorrow, as I will not be home on Election Day. Then I'm going to load for a local delivery that I'm doing Tuesday morning downtown Atlanta. So once again, I'll be up with the early birds. And then as we look toward Tuesday, going to load for Amelia Island, delivering there Wednesday evening. So I'll be hanging out there probably till Sunday. Pick it back up, so the missus is going to go with me. Going to stay with some friends that live there. They're talking temperature should be in the 80s, according to the forecast, and we're really looking forward to taking some time off. Hope everybody had a great weekend, and have a great night, and, of course, be careful out there. There's the legendary Big Moose on board out of the box here on a Monday. He's rolling, we gone, as he likes to say. All right. Welcome in, welcome aboard, get a news break here, and, of course, it's a Monday. It's 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. After releasing the most oil ever from the U.S. Emergency Petroleum Reserve, the Biden administration is signaling it will refill soon, a multi-billion-dollar undertaking that it hopes will rouse sluggish domestic drilling activity. On Wednesday, Biden said for the first time that the Energy Department would begin purchasing oil to refill the U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve when oil prices are $67 to $72 a barrel or less. The criminal tax fraud trial of the Trump Organization is set to begin with jury selection Monday, offering a rare look into an opaque company that prosecutors say illegally paid some executives in cars, apartments, and cash. While the former president's family business has been the subject of legal scrutiny, this is the first time the company has faced a criminal trial. And France is falling behind in its plans to return the country's fleet of nuclear reactors to full power this winter after a rash of outages. This is USA Radio News.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-568-2790. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-568-2790. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-568-2790. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-568-2790. 800-568-2790.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, there you go. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. Close things out here, roll into a Monday, get the new week started. Open up phone lines at 844-844-3388. Hey, got a new listener out there. New listener and subscriber from Sheridan, Wyoming. Yes. 32 degrees, feels like 19 with snow showers, winds 25 to 35 miles per hour, occasional gusts over 40 miles per hour. Sunset, Wyoming. All right, good to have you on board. Give us a ring up. Love to hear from new first-time callers and listeners out there. And we see we've been talking about it for weeks, and even if they do get some rain this week in that region of the country, the Mississippi River watershed, which is at historic lows, some of the photos and satellite imagery showing the worst drought in at least a decade. Record lows this month across the river basin. Dozens of gauges have fallen below the low water threshold. We're talking historically low levels from Illinois to Louisiana last week. And many of those gauges will continue to see decreasing water levels as the forecast remains rather stubbornly dry. Some drone video of the Mississippi River near Memphis showing how far the mighty Mississippi is contracted away from the banks. Of course, last week, the river dropped to minus 10.75 feet, according to the National Weather Service, lowest level ever recorded in Memphis. Now, drought conditions, again, much of last week across the Midwest and the South. More than 134 million people affected by the drought conditions, according to the Drought Monitor. The Midwest has seen the worst deterioration, with the amount of area covered in drought increasing by an area of about 60,000 square miles. I mean, that's equivalent to the size of Georgia. Topsoil moisture continues to dry out across the Ohio Valley and the Corn Belt. Adding the deeper soil moisture remains very low across much of the Mississippi Valley. And this has not only taken a severe toll on the Mississippi, but the rivers that flow into it. They share some before and after satellite imagery from the National Weather Service showing how the rivers have receded from their banks. They go back to July 14th to October the 17th. The Mississippi River at the Kentucky Bend, as well as New Madrid, Missouri. The Ohio River at Mound City Landing there in Illinois. In Nebraska, Aerial photos show the Platte River, which flows across the state, empties into the Mississippi, has almost completely dried up in some locations. The river has vanished. Near Kearney, Nebraska, dry sand is all that's left when the water would typically flow. Now, several inches of rain are possible this week in the central U.S. that would provide some relief, particularly for the Mississippi River's tributaries. But the long-term outlook, they tell us, is still drier than average. According to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric River Administration, the river's low levels actually have allowed people to walk on foot to Tower Rock. That's the island that would typically be in the middle of the Mississippi River, south of St. Louis, only typically accessible by boat. And these low levels are also allowing salt water from the Gulf of Mexico to creep up the Mississippi. The Army Corps is now building a 1,500-foot wide underwater levee to keep salt out of the drinking water there in Louisiana. Also, just as the record low water levels in the Lake Mead have revealed several sets of human remains, a woman walking the banks of the Mississippi River over the weekend discovered bones that indeed turned out to be human. A lower jawbone, rib bone, some unidentified bone pieces, according to the medical examiner there. The Tennessee Valley Authority announcing last week that they do plan to release some more water from a couple of dams to help supplement the water levels on the Mississippi River. At Cairo, Illinois, the Mississippi is approaching the lowest river level since 1901, they note. So to help stabilize commercial navigation conditions on the lower Ohio and Mississippi rivers, we're scheduling special water releases from Kentucky Dam on the Tennessee River and Barkley Dam on the Cumberland River to help some of those low river levels. Spokesperson for TVA says that the water from the dams is typically released on a fluctuating basis as they operate on a generate, stop, generate kind of a cycle. But for the foreseeable future, the dams are releasing a consistent flow of water to help counteract the ongoing drought conditions there and those incredibly low water levels. Another big topic of discussion last week, we've all noticed gas prices have been ticking just a tad bit higher, but we have seen dramatic jumps, especially in certain regions of the country. Diesel prices increasing 40, 45 cents per gallon in a week's time, 2 consecutive weeks. We have seen various regions, some of the biggest jumps in prices have been there in the Northeast. And some are questioning why the diesel so dramatic and not per se the regular gasoline prices. I guess this kind of breaks down a little better understanding as to what's going on with diesel supplies. Now, later today, Monday is the day each week we get the latest numbers from the Energy Information Administration. Kind of wondering what kind of increase we will have seen over the past week. Going back to last Monday, we'll have those numbers to share tonight. But this is undoubtedly very concerning. America has 25 days of diesel supply, thanks to Joe Biden's economic crippling policies. A diesel fuel crisis would cripple this country. PJ Media shared the news over the weekend. The fuel that's used, of course, to transport goods around the country is in what they're describing as a crisis situation. Oil prices and President Biden's continued draining of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve have dominated the headlines over the past few weeks, but analysts say a more powerful impact and serious crisis on the energy front is looming in the form of a diesel fuel shortage. Diesel doesn't get as much of the limelight as oil or regular old gas prices, but it should. Diesel is the industrial lifeblood of this entire country, and the price of diesel alone probably has a more significant impact on inflation and the prices we're paying for everything at the grocery store than any other factor. Now, we all know that, but many out there in the general populace aren't really aware of this. Without ample amounts of diesel, the semis don't move. The farms are shut down. The critical manufacturing sectors are crippled. Bloomberg noted this past week the United States has 25 days of diesel supply, the lowest since 2008, according to the Energy Information Administration. At the same time, the 4-week rolling average of distillate supply, a proxy for demand, rose to the highest seasonal level since 2007. Now, the Biden administration has remained strangely silent, probably hoping that this dismal news doesn't hit the mainstream, because it is a total political time bomb waiting to go off, especially with the midterm elections so close. Bloomberg noted the diesel crunch just weeks ahead of the midterm elections and has the potential to drive prices that were already, people are very concerned about inflation and the economy, top voting issues for most Americans. Of course, retail prices have been steadily climbing for more than 2 weeks. For diesel at $5.32 per gallon, diesel prices 50% higher than this time last year, according to AAA. The National Economic Council Director, Brian Deese, recently commented on the emerging crisis. Deese says diesel inventories are unacceptably low and said all options are on the table, whatever the heck that means. But, of course, the American trucking industry, very important to this country. You have to have the diesel to run your trucks. Most of the products we use are transported by trucks and trains with diesel engines. Most of our construction, farming, military vehicles, and equipment also have diesel engines. As a transportation fuel, diesel offers a wide range of performance, efficiency, and safety features. Diesel also has a greater energy density than other liquid fuels, so it provides more useful energy per unit of volume. Now, last year, distillate fuel consumption by the transportation sector, which is essentially diesel fuel, was about 46.82 billion gallons, an average of about 128 million gallons per day in this country. Now, this amount accounted for about 77% of total distillate consumption in this country. About 15% of petroleum consumption as a whole for the entire country. Diesel engines, whether it's your truck, your train, your boat, your barges, helping to transport nearly all the products people consume in this country. Of course, diesel is commonly used in public buses and school buses as well, powering most of the farm and construction equipment throughout the country. The construction industry also depends on the power diesel fuel provides. Diesel engines can do demanding construction work, lifting steel beams, digging foundations and trenches, drilling wells, paving roads. We know most of this. Of course, the military using diesel fuel in tanks and trucks because diesel is less flammable and less explosive than other fuels. Diesel engines are also less likely to stall versus gasoline-fueled engines. The headline, again, is anyone seen mainstream media talking anything about And he mentioned that we're down to a 25-day supply. When I came across this story, I guess that was Saturday night, as a matter of fact. That's the first I'd heard. We knew last week they were talking about drawdowns, inventory levels coming down. No mention that they were at that kind of a critical level in this country. All right, it is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, yeah, phone lines are open. We love our Mondays, right? Jump on in. Hello to Double Trucker, 46 degrees in Lodi. Ready to head back to Western New York after a night off Friday. All right, have fun. Hit the highway, got work to do. Timothy's on board. Good morning. Great to have you with us. Lightning Bolt. It's been a while since we've heard from Bolt. How you been, Bolt?
I've been doing pretty well, Steve. Thought I'd check in to let you know that I'm going to be back on as a regular listener since I'm switching over to night shift again at the new job.
Oh, yeah? Daddy mentioned last week how proud he is of you for your new venture there. So are you still in training right now? Or?
Yeah, for right now, pretty much. I still am in training.
So you're going to be working the night shift, huh?
Yep, 4 to 12.
Okay.
So I get to listen while I'm headed home.
There you go. All right. So,
yeah.
How's life treating you? Everything else going well?
Yeah, everything else has been going well. Yeah, the new kittens I told you about a while ago, they're doing very well.
That's good.
The family's doing well. Dad's asleep or in his recliner eating his Reese cups right now.
Exactly. He doesn't start his week till what? Is it Monday night or Tuesday night that he gets out there?
I think it's tomorrow night.
Okay, Monday night.
Yeah. Yep. You'll be hearing from his shenanigans tomorrow night. But you're stuck with me tonight.
Well, that's a good thing. Well, congratulations on your new gig. I hope things work out well.
I hope so, too. They are so far.
Is it stressful at all, or?
It can be, but, I mean, it's better than what Domino's was, to be honest.
Well, yeah. I'd have to say you made a step up in the world, Bolt.
Yep. All right, I thought I'd check in for the night, Steve. Currently it's 54 degrees in Del Rey.
All right.
And That's what I peace out.
Thank you very much. Have a good morning. There you go. There's Deborah checking in. Morning, Steve. 64 to a warm 64 here in Indiana. Yeah, going up to 77 for a high Monday. Had a really nice weekend. We did a benefit ride for veterans on Saturday. Had gorgeous weather. Anyway, hoping everybody stays safe out there today, especially my special driver, a.k.a. Woodpecker. Have a marvelous Monday, as they like to say. Marvelous Monday. There you go. All right, he's going to fix what ails the trucking industry. The former NASA astronaut, current United States Senator for the state of Arizona, releasing a new campaign ad focusing on how he would fix labor issues within the trucking industry. It's our Democrat, Senator Mark Kelly, who's up for re-election. Part of his pitch to the constituents involves fixing multiple issues within the trucking industry to reduce costs for consumers. In a video that appears to have been filmed at a truck stop, Kelly argues that government red tape has contributed to a shortage of 80,000 truck drivers, which has in turn increased costs for consumers. He's trying to say cutting regulations would bring the supply chain back on track and help our truckers and their families. Now, this driver shortage narrative, as we all know, is nothing new. The narrative he mentions has been pushed by groups like the American Trucking Association for decades. Of course, others, like the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, have long argued that the real problem is high turnover and retention issues in the trucking industry. Compensation has been falling for years, and the conditions haven't really improved. Trucking needs to figure out how to keep drivers instead of burning them out. Now, in February of this year, Kelly and Republican Senator Cynthia Lumens introduced the Licensing Individual Commercial Exam Takers Now Safely and Efficiently Act, which that's license for short. This bill looks to ease supply chain issues by making permanent a few FMCSA waivers that had been issued during the pandemic. Some of those include allowing state and third-party examiners previously authorized to administer the commercial driver's license skills test to also administer the CDL knowledge test without having to complete the training course. Allowing licensed drivers who are accompanying commercial learner's permit holders to move from the front seat of a truck cab to the sleeper berth. Also allowing states to administer driving skills tests to applicants from other states. That particular bill was referred to the Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation after it was introduced. Other trucking industry challenges that Kelly has supported, they say, include the truck driver apprenticeship pilot program for the 18 to 21-year-olds, more flexible hours of service rules, no increase to the federal minimum insurance requirements for motor carriers, and increased Department of Transportation spending to expand truck parking availability. It's not often you have representatives out there or senators that put a lot of focus on the truck drivers, but in this case, and I have no idea as far as how the polling goes there in the state of Arizona, what his odds of re-election are coming up here in a few weeks, right? All right, news break just around the corner here, after which we'll get back with more of your calls, other industry headlines, lots to cover. I guess you could say, well, I've said this is going to be coming down the pike. These lawsuits in regards to Biden's student loan forgiveness program. Remember, there's a dozen states that have sued in regards to that. Well, the court has temporarily blocked Biden's student loan forgiveness program. Tell you what the courts had to say and so much more. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News. I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Former Prime Minister Boris Johnson pulled out of the contest to become Britain's next leader on Sunday, saying he had the support of enough lawmakers to progress to the next stage, but far fewer than frontrunner former Finance Minister Rishi Sunak. There's a very good chance that I would be successful in the election with Conservative Party members and that I could indeed be back in Downing Street on Friday, Johnson said in a statement. But in the course of the last days, I've sadly come to the conclusion that this would simply not be the right thing to do. You can't govern effectively unless you have a united party in Parliament. Consumer fraud experts are sounding the alarm about election-related phone scams ahead of the November midterm voting. Logan Hinkle of the Better Business Bureau in Seattle had this to say.
Double check who you're actually speaking to on the phone. We see often that criminals will pretend to be affiliated with your party or the candidate, and they might try to scam you over the phone by asking you to register to vote, even if you're already registered to vote.
Also, watch out for someone offering prizes.
People at home need to see prizes as a red flag. Legitimate pollsters that reach out to you to answer surveys to understand what the individuals at home are thinking, they don't usually offer a prize for completing a survey.
A Uvalde, Texas state trooper has been shown the door.
A Texas state trooper who arrived at the scene of the Uvalde, Texas massacre just 5 minutes after the shooting started has been fired. The sergeant is one of several troopers investigated after revelations that law enforcement delayed going into the school while the gunman killed 19 children and 2 teachers. According to CNN, the Department of Public Safety officials did not disclose a reason for the firing. For the USA Radio News Los Angeles Bureau, I'm Ellie Andrews.
This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
Although she doesn't accept the results of the 2020 presidential election, former news anchor Carrie Lake, who's running for governor of Arizona as a Republican, now says she will accept the results of the gubernatorial race if there's a fair election. She once again brings up unproven claims about voting back in 2020.
I think a lot of people who were responsible for that election know that there were rules broken and laws broken.
Taylor Swift has said Midnights was inspired by certain key sleepless nights, something many of her fans undoubtedly experienced, as the singer-songwriter dropped 7 bonus tracks and a music video just hours after the album's release on Friday. Midnights was released at, midnight Eastern Time, and had become Spotify's most streamed album in a single day by 6:15 p.m. With a runtime of around 44 minutes, listeners would have had the opportunity to play the album 4 times before Swift unleashed Midnight's 3 a.m. edition. Tailgating taken to a whole new level Sunday in Philadelphia, where Game 5 of the National League Championship Series is underway today. The Phillies hosting a block party outside their stadium with food trucks, music, and a Ferris wheel that anyone can ride for free. This fan plans to party all night long.
Probably come back out to the lot and probably stay here till midnight and keep listening to music real loud, playing Polish horseshoes, having a couple of bruchachos.
Bruchachos? Really? For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
David was in big trouble with the IRS.
At first, I didn't owe that much, but after this year, it was out of control.
Then David called Get a Tax Lawyer.
Right away, they were like, oh yeah, looks like you're qualified to say
Get a Tax Lawyer went to work.
Should have called way sooner.
Get a Tax Lawyer has helped thousands like David fight the IRS and get a fresh start.
Call 800-745-3070. That's 800-745-3070.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, got us a Monday underway. Well, at least in the Eastern and the Central time zone. We'll work our way across the country into the 24th day of October. Well, it's the time of the year where there's a lot of focus on football, how things shake out over the weekend. Another big win for those Ohio State Buckeyes. What, they rack up 54 points, I believe. But it's also Major League Baseball as the season begins winding down. We are now down to 2. The 2 teams that will face off in the World Series starting this Friday. USA Today this morning says they came into the house where they're hated the most and doubled down on their dominance, leaning on a burgeoning star and a bevy of old ones to return to a place that now seems almost a birthright for the Houston Astros, and that is atop the American League. 5 years after winning a World Series, thanks in part, they say, to that illegal sign-stealing operation, and 3 years after that scheme became public, Astros came into Yankee Stadium and laid waste to a flawed nemesis, sweeping the New York Yankees in the American Championship Series, qualifying for the fourth World Series in the past 6 seasons. They have been on a roll, haven't they? And that all ended about an hour ago when a Yankee error opened the door for a 2-run rally capped by Alex Bergman's go-ahead single, pushing the Astros to a 6-5 victory, and a date now with the Philadelphia Phillies for the Fall Classic. Game 1, Friday night in Houston. Expectation is Cy Young Award favorite Justin Verlander will probably square off against Phillies right-hander Zach Wheeler or Aaron Nola. The Phillies come in riding high off of a 5-game conquest of the San Diego Padres in a raucous National League Championship Series, but yeah, they're going to see an entirely different animal at Minute Maid Park. You see, these Astros are now 7-0 in the postseason. That would be 4 wins from running the table. Yeah, in October, where 100-win teams, the juggernauts, many of them were ousted before the leaves turned. So there you go. Big Major League Baseball action. Friday night, Minute Maid Park. It'll all kick off for the baseball fans out there. Well, how was your weekend, Knucklebuster?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. It was all right, sir. Just busy, right? Well, I don't know about them New York Nuggets up there, but them New Jersey Giants, they're still proving that Eli Manning wasn't the problem, right? I called you last Friday morning after the show, but you didn't answer, so guess what? We're going to take care of business on Monday morning. Inquiring minds are wanting to know, Steve, what'd you get Mama Summers for her birthday?
A dinner date.
Dinner date? Oh, okay. Well, here comes the second question. Did you take her out, get her drunk, and take advantage of her? Don't answer that question. It's a hot mic and a very unsecured line there, so we'll leave that one off of the air. How about that?
That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, I know that's right. Well, let's shift gears to Ripley, believe it or not. Well, we talked about that British Prime Minister only lasting 45 days last week. Well, some world leaders lasted just mere minutes. U.S. President, the honor goes to William Henry Harrison, who died from pneumonia back in 1841. I almost messed that up. Just 31 days after his inauguration there, he got out and got pneumonia there in his inaugural address. Let's see, a world record of 20 minutes on there is shared by Francis King Louis, the 19th. So he died right after his daddy died there. So anyway, Anthony Scaramucci, who was lasted only 11 days as the White House communication director under President Trump. He gave old Liz Trump just 4.1 Scaramucci, whatever that is. I don't know. I read on a 2024 GMC EV pickup has 754 horsepower, 400-mile range, and $108,000 price tag. See, man, just on that alone would be a $1,500 monthly payment.
Yeah.
That's at 72 months, and that doesn't include interest, taxes, title, and Tennessee collecting your insurance fees there. The average GMC Hummer insurance was $1,940 a year. That'd turn out to be $162 a month for full coverage. Tennessee said it'd probably wind up being more than that. So, and Chevrolet just upped the power of their Silverado EV to match the Sierra EV too. So, I don't know. I guess Chevrolet just got jealous. I don't know. Well, you know, false pretense. Old Bernie Madoff, he died in prison for that. Duping people out of traveling to a fake bachelor party or a wedding, that would fall under the same category there. I've read where you can be sued for it there. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, so we'll just leave that all up to him. But I read that Nikola founder, what was his name? He got convicted of fraud.
Correct.
Yep. Well, he needs to go to jail for that one there. I guess old Martha Stewart could tell him, give him some advice on being in there, right?
She spent a few days behind bars. She did, yes.
Oh, okay. Well, it's almost time for your 15-minute break there. You can either hold me over or dump me up, whatever you want to do.
Oh, we got plenty of time. It's a Monday. We're fine.
Okay. Well, I'm going to dedicate this song to Bradley, a.k.a. Mr. Johnny Cash, sir. Well, my daddy left home when I was 3, and he didn't leave much for Ma and me. Just this old guitar and an empty bottle of booze. Now, I don't blame him for running hid, but the meanest thing that he ever did was before he left, he went and named me Steve. I read that there are some baby names that are banned in America. And Elon Musk, he found that out with his wife there when he tried to name his baby XAEA12 in the state of California. The pair modified the child's name to the numeric 12, from the numeric 12 to the Roman numeral 12, which is unacceptable in accordance with California laws. See? The state of Georgia prohibits symbols, including accents. New Yorkers, they can given a 30-character name limit on the first, middle, and last name. I mean, how would you pronounce a 30-character name, Steve? That'd be ridiculous myself. But this one would probably be of interest to you. Ohioans are prohibited from using numbers in names, but they're allowed to have hyphens, apostrophes, and spaces in names. And everything is bigger in Texas. Texas has a 100-character limit on first, middle, and last names, and each name can only be written in English. So, man, would anti-disestablishmentarianistic fall in that category?
Right? We all had that as a spelling. What grade were you in when that was a bonus spelling word? I think it was third grade for us.
Yeah, something like that. That's a big old word there, but I can still spell it. And there's a few uncommon names that have been attempted in various parts of the U.S. and subsequently deemed illegal by state courts. Let's see, that would be King, Queen, Jesus Christ, Roman numeral 3, Santa Claus, Majesty, Adolf Hitler, Messiah, the symbol and 1069. Well, I had a great aunt named Merry Christmas one time, but she's gone home to be with Jesus now. So, Steve, try this on for size. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas.
Right, that works.
Yeah. Well, I read the women's volleyball up there in Wisconsin. They took the court and won after some of their photos leaked of being naked. So I never did find the photos online, but I kept looking. And Tennessee kept asking, "What are you looking for so hard?" I said, "Never mind, I can't find them anyway." And here's a dumbass here. She had 23 contact lenses that was removed by a doctor. I mean, how in the hell do you keep putting on 23 contact lenses, Steve?
I remember back in the day, my mama would lose one around the side of the eye every once in a while. I can't imagine. Well, how do you pack 23 in there? Her eye socket must have been full of contacts.
Yep. Well, here's the worst thing I read. The September migrant encounters hit a record high, and they have found 20 suspected terrorists in there, all carrying weapons and everything that's illegal in this country. So I guess they're trying to blow us up, right? Well, I don't know. Well, that'll be all of my bull on it for right now. That's enough junk. Everybody's probably scratching their head over some of that stuff.
Well,
anyway,
you learn something new every day, right? We've learned something out of that. We had to. All right, thank you, Knucklebuster. All right, so it's a Monday. That means we've got wide open lines at 844-844-3388. Was asking if anyone had heard any discussion about the down to 25 days of diesel supply. Scrubby chimed in via email, which, by the way, email steve@hotshotsecret.com. He said it was on Thursday or Friday of last week that Mark Levin apparently did talk about the 25-day of diesel availability on his show. But Scrubby says, I'm a third shift worker. I always enjoy the show. I enjoy yours and Mark Levin's show. Well, I guess that's pretty good company to be keeping, to be linked into the same category there. Thank you much, Scrubby. Good morning, everybody, from Big John. Everybody safe travels out there here on a Monday. It is 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's everyday diesel treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
So apparently it was late Friday, the Federal Appeals Court issuing an administrative stay temporarily blocking Biden's plan to cancel billions of dollars in federal student loans. The 8th Circuit Court of Appeals issuing the stay while they consider a motion from the 6 Republican-led states to block the loan cancellation program. The stay ordering the Biden administration to not act on the program while they consider the appeal. So everything goes silent. Now, this just days after people started applying for the loan forgiveness. Remember last week, that was one of the big news breaks. The website, very easy to navigate. All you have to do, enter your name, social security number, and very simple. Now it's not clear. What does this mean for the 22 million people who already applied for relief? The administration had promised not to clear any debt before October 23rd. That would have been yesterday, as it battled the legal challenges. So I would say no one has seen any $10,000 coming off their loan statements as of yet. The soonest it's now expected to begin would be mid-November. But the crucial question is whether the issue will be resolved before January 1, when payments on federal student loans are expected to restart after being paused during the pandemic. Yet millions of Americans were expected to get their debt canceled entirely under this plan, but they now face uncertainty. Will they need to start making payments again come January? Biden has said his previous extension of the payment pause would be the final extension. Economists worry many Americans may not have regained financial footing after the upheaval of the pandemic, though. If borrowers who were expecting debt cancellation are asked to make payments in January, there is concern that many of them would fall behind on their bills and actually default on their loans. But the notice of appeal to the 8th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals was filed late Thursday, just hours after the district judge in St. Louis ruled that since the states of Nebraska, Missouri, Arkansas, Iowa, Kansas, and South Carolina failed to establish standing, the court lacks jurisdiction to hear this case. Separately, the 6 states also asked the district court for an injunction prohibiting this administration from implementing the debt cancellation plan until the appeals process plays out. All right, they go through all we already know, the $10,000 in debt cancellation based on your income levels, all that good stuff. Been talking about it for months, but so we'll see where that goes. For the moment, everything is on hold. All right, meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. It's kind of comical. In just the past 30 days, I guess they've put together the compilation. We've got this Joe Biden guy. I mean, he's notorious for making gaffes, right? Often cavalier with his words. But in the last 30 days alone, he's made a large number of gaffes, falsehoods, and just goofy statements. Statements including comments about nuclear war, family history, number counting. Falsely stating a woman has been president of the United States. 56% of Americans believe Joe is mentally sharp enough to be president. 56%. That's actually up a couple points from earlier this year. Number one, we all recall he falsely claimed that his son died in Iraq, remember? I told the audience in Colorado on the 12th of this month his late son, Bo, lost his life in Iraq, which Yeah, we said at the time, Bo actually died from cancer at Walter Reed National Medical Center back in 2015. That's just the beginning. I mean, he started off a campaign event at a Volvo Group powertrain facility in Hagerstown, Maryland, by saying, "Let me start off with 2 words. Made in America." 1, 2, that's 3 words. Oh, well, it's close enough. He incorrectly spelled a web address. Of course, he was reading from the teleprompter. He's trying to lead people to a reportfraud.gov website, which reading from the teleprompter, he said DOT. Of course, we all recall when he asked for the deceased congresswoman to stand up and be recognized. Are you here? Jackie, where are you, Jackie? Yeah, I think she was going to be here. Yeah, she had passed away 2 months earlier in a car crash. He thanks first responders and a congresswoman. I want to applaud the Red Cross volunteers who came as far away as California, Louisiana, Minnesota, Texas, to help whoever they can. New York sent not only a congresswoman, one of the most congresswomen in Congress, about the state troopers and emergency responders. What the hell was he trying to say? Okay. Yeah, that's about half the list, but we got to get our news break here. I'm looking at the clock. Plenty of room for you on a Monday. It's 844-844-3388.
I'm Tony Marusa reporting. President Joe Biden sought to reassure Democratic voters who have doubts about whether the 79-year-old should run for re-election, while also saying in an interview that he could drop dead tomorrow. Ukraine branded the Russian state-controlled RT media outlet as an insider of genocide on Sunday after a presenter said Ukrainian children who saw Russians as occupiers under the Soviet Union should have been drowned. In a show broadcast last week, RT presenter Anton Krasovsky said children who criticized Russia should have been thrown straight into a river with a strong current. U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin told Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu in a phone call on Sunday that he rejected any pretext for Russian escalation in Ukraine, the Pentagon said. Shoigu told his French, Turkish, and British counterparts of Moscow's concern that Ukraine could detonate a dirty bomb, according to the Russian Defense Ministry. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com.
The 1920 to 1938 Buffalo Nickel, a true American classic and one of the most iconic coins in history. It's been more than 80 years since the last Buffalo Nickel coin was struck. But now, for a limited time only, full 1-pound bags of original U.S. government-struck Buffalo Nickels are being released to the public. That's right, you can own a full pound of 1920 to 1938 classic American Buffalo Nickel coins, all in very good collector condition, with fully visible dates and mint marks, guaranteed. Call 1-800-895-7267 now to secure a full pound of collector's grade U.S. Buffalo Nickels struck during the Roaring '20s and the Great Depression. Plus, receive a bonus American Collector's Pack valued at over $10, free with every order. Call now, 1-800-895-7267 to secure your full pound bag of Buffalo Nickels before they're gone. 1-800-895-7267. That's 1-800-895-7267.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, meanwhile, for our friends out west, are you enjoying the change in the weather as the city skylines in the Pacific Northwest were last week blanketed in heavy haze? Wildfires continuing to burn across Oregon and Washington. Yeah, believe it or not, they had some of the worst air quality in the world last week. Even worse than places like Beijing and New Delhi, typically topping the list of some of the highest levels of pollution on any average day. Last Thursday was the second day in a row Seattle was on top of the charts for the poorest air quality in the world. Officials were urging those in the Portland area, stay indoors, use air purifiers and filtered ventilation systems when possible. People who did venture outdoors to get some exercise or go about their daily routine, many of them were wearing the N95 masks to protect themselves from all that particulate matter. But we saw an area of high pressure that's been kind of parked over the region through the week last week. That led to those stagnant conditions. Well, Friday, things began to change. The good news, rain moved in. The rain brought in by the storm, much needed rain, kind of clearing the air a bit, but also helping to douse some of those wildfires. That's been the leading cause of the poor air quality. Friday's rainfall in Seattle and Portland from the first round of wet weather tallied up numbers we haven't seen since back in June. At Seattle-Tacoma International Airport, about a third of an inch of rain was observed there. Further south in Portland, not quite, but nearly a half inch of rain was reported there. So that rainfall is welcome, regardless of its potential to help the fire and air quality situation. At Seattle Tacoma International, only 0.8 of an inch of rain has fallen there since the beginning of July. I mean, that's less than 20% of the rain that they would normally see in that time frame. Now, several ski resorts are also going to get their first significant snow since last spring. In the Cascade Range, areas above 4,000 feet experiencing some of the heavier accumulations there. Yeah, anywhere from several inches to about a foot of snow falling over the weekend. The changing weather pattern there in the Pacific Northwest is expected to deliver another storm or two later this week. So maybe some more precip for much needed precip for that region of the country. Hey, back to the calls we go, and plenty of room for you on a Monday morning. You know the drill. Mondays are Mondays. I'm not sure what. Is it Doc Holliday?
Can you hear me?
Is it? It's Big Ed.
No, ain't Doc Holliday. Can you hear me?
Are you with me? Hello, Ed.
Hey, I'm with you tonight, Steve. I thought I better check in. I'm out here hauling fresh water to these old drilling rigs. You know, they got to have that fresh water so they can get their showers and wash their clothes.
Yeah, I saw a post you shared, I guess, over the weekend or something out there at one of the oil rigs, giving a tip of the hat to those hard working guys.
Yeah, I just posted that up. Yeah, I just posted that up a while ago. Matter of fact, I just left that rig. They had called and they was out of water. Don't know how that comes. Well, every now and then they'll have one of their toilets or something just start running, and it don't take long for them tanks to empty when you just got 3,000 gallons in them.
Yeah.
So they'll run out. Well, usually after somebody has to hot put it down there at night. Since I'm about done being part-time because I'm running out of legally to be able to work because the good old government says, you know, with Social Security at a certain age, you're only allowed to make so much money.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's designed to keep you beat down and poor, or it don't make a whole lot of sense to me, Steve. You know, the more money you make, the more taxes you pay.
That's true.
Did I not understand that?
Now, the more
Are you with me?
The more you make, the more they take. Isn't that been the mantra forever?
Yeah. But then, I don't know, you know, they say, okay, well, you're only 64, so you're limited to what you're allowed to make.
Yep.
I mean, what I wish somebody give me the reasoning behind that, because it just, to me, it just don't make sense. Okay, they say, well, wait till you're 66 and 8 months. Well, 66 and 8 months, based on my family history, I may not be alive. So I figure, you know, the government ought to give me a break, if you will, if I'm using the right word, or an exemption, where I can just keep on working because my health says I need to stay busy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and I'm being serious. I've sat around all year working part-time, playing it legal, and I'm right there at that limit. But when you sit and you read friends that you went to school with, you start reading their obituaries, all of a sudden I start getting gun shy, and I'm thinking, God, I'm just sitting around there waiting on the damn grave. And I'm being serious. It starts playing with your mind, I guess. Somebody in the community, no bigger than the community I live in, passes. Well, you know it when it happens. And so I'm thinking, God, you know, I need to get back out there on that road. So that's what I'm going to do.
So you're thinking first of the year? Is that still the plan?
That is the plan. Matter of fact, I'd have been in contact with the company, that I worked for before, about going back out there. I don't think I'll have any trouble. I had to go get my physical, which I did get the flu shot and the booster COVID shot. Why? Because they, reading it ain't made major headlines, but, I try to keep up with the news. And they're calling for a pretty hard flu season, Steve.
That's what I'm hearing.
Like me,
yeah.
Do you take the flu shot? And I ain't talking about the COVID.
No, I've never had a flu shot. Have not.
See, I take it. You know, back in let's see, I think 98, 99, somewhere in there. I come down with the flu, and because I didn't take the flu shot, and buddy, I thought I was gonna die. And I mean, matter of fact, I got it so bad I quit smoking. And when I did, I quit smoking for 2 years. But after that, I started taking that damn flu shot.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's about the time I become a diabetic. You know, being a diabetic, your immune system takes a beating anyway. So.
Yeah. I mean,
That's
I'll be honest.
I
So I think when I hit 55, I started thinking about taking it. I have not. I just hit 58, and I know the older you get, the bigger the toll that the flu takes on you when you catch it. But
oh, Steve, I'm serious. You know, with you running around there, them little grandbabies, that's right there where you'll get it. You know, them little old kids, you know, bless their hearts, but running around there with snotty noses and everything else,
right.
buddy, you'll be lucky. I'm serious. So now let me ask you another personal question, Steve. And I'm not trying to embarrass you because a lot of truck drivers, they don't want to talk about it, but they need to do it, and that's go get a colonoscopy. Have you done that?
I had one when I hit 50, and they wanted to see me back in 5 years, I think it was, and I haven't been back, and it's been 8 years now.
Well, you need to do that, Steve. Serious. I did one at 50, then I did one at 55, and then I just did one here 2 years ago, and then they told me I could wait 10 years. No, well, you know, if the government's going to pay for it, I'll do another one next year when I hit 65.
Mm-hmm.
Just to be safe, you know. So knock on wood, but it's just, you know, at my age and with what I deal with, I got to do everything I can to keep the bugs back, if that's the right word to use. So other than that, I'm sitting there watching. Well, you know, Oklahoma's a wreck in football, and sure enjoyed that Tennessee beating
Big
Alabama.
Somebody chimed in last week and said, "How come we ain't heard nothing from Big Ed about Oklahoma?" He hadn't chimed in.
Well, there's nothing to brag about. Which I never drank that damn Kool-Aid to begin with. It's pretty sad that the quarterback we got's a fairly decent quarterback, and he gets knocked out, and boom, we go to pieces. So no, I never drank that Kool-Aid. I never thought they was that good. I knew they was rebuilding. A lot of people blame Lincoln Riley and a lot of the transfer portal, but it just, you know, this was a rebuilding year. And boy, when there ain't nothing to brag about, I ain't going to brag. Then I look like a bigger donkey.
Yeah, so I'm not seeing them on the list. Were they off? Was this a bye weekend for Oklahoma?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Hey,
they was off this week.
At least they didn't lose
Oklahoma
this weekend.
State. Yeah, they won again. They won last week against Kansas, Ray. Never dreamed a day I'd celebrate a Kansas win. But, you know, Oklahoma State now, they whooped around on Texas over the weekend. But the big game I'm waiting for is Georgia and Tennessee. You know, the only fame I've got now is old Josh Heupel. He learned to, you know, he was the quarterback of Oklahoma in 2000 when they won the national championship. And he learned a lot of his coaching philosophy under old Bob Stoops. Are you with me?
I'm trying to recall that Georgia Tennessee game. That's what, 2-3 weeks away, isn't it?
Right, and I think it's in Georgia. If I ain't mistaken, because you know, if you go back last week, Steve, not this last weekend, but you know, all them wins like USC lost out there to Utah.
Yeah,
that spells why we need at least an 8-team. Now, I prefer 12-team, but at least an 8-team playoff. Because how do you sit there and say Alabama's a bad team because they lost to Tennessee, or USC's a bad team because they lost to Utah? That, to me, it shouldn't define just one game. It's just like if Ohio State loses a game or Michigan loses a game. They play good quality ball up until they get right down to the brass tacks, and they might lose a game, especially late in the season, and they don't have time to recover on the pole. Are you with me on that?
Yes, sir.
So, therefore, it justifies, in my opinion, and I can't wait till they do it, they need at least an 8-team, if not a 12-team, playoff. That's what they need. And hopefully it'll happen here within the next 5 years or so.
Well, next year's the year.
Steve,
is it next year when?
Go ahead.
When like Cincinnati, they got all these different teams that are changing their.
Yeah, next year Cincinnati will be part of the Big 12. See, Cincinnati, I believe University of Central Florida, BYU, and Houston will be part of the Big 12. Now, Oklahoma and Texas are still going to remain part of the Big 12 for the next 2 years.
Yeah.
Because it's going to cost too much money for them to leave. And the way I understand it, the scenario they're going to set up is you'll at least play 9 of the teams in the conference, because once those 4 come in, I think we've got 14 teams in the conference until OU and Texas vacates.
Okay.
To the south. But yeah, there's another thing for all these smack talking Southeast Conference people. They're all, Oklahoma don't have no defense. Big 12 don't have no defense. Damn, did you see the score Tennessee, Alabama? I rest my case. 50-some points on each team scored.
Right.
That's like a defense, Steve. So I hate to tell the Southeast Conference boys, you guys don't have the license on defense, because everybody, and any of these teams out here, on any given day, can have a bunch of points scored on them. So that just kind of knocks that argument right for a loop. So, Steve, old buddy, I just wanted to call in and say hello. I do listen to at least an hour or two of you every night, but when I'm at home, then about midnight or so, I'm hitting the bed.
Yeah, getting old, Ed. It's hell getting old, ain't it?
Oh, I'm telling you, brother. But I'm still with you. So, hey, Steve, we love the show, and we'll talk at y'all later.
Have a good morning. Thanks for checking in. There you go, about 10 before the hour. And we return in 2 lines available at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS, or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, what else we got here as we roll toward top of the hour news update just ahead, I guess. Police releasing the security camera footage of the moment a semi-truck snagged a power line that ultimately triggered a fire that cost a school district their bus barn. About 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 3:30 a.m., 3:30 in the morning last week in Mountain View, Missouri. According to Ozark Radio News, the Mountain View Police Department responding to the fire at the Mountain View school bus barn, district barn, about 4 o'clock in the morning. By the time officers arrived, the building was already heavily damaged, destroyed by the time firefighters were able to put it out. Now, although the bus barn was destroyed, police were able to retrieve video from a security camera mounted on the side of the building. They released that video in hopes of identifying the person responsible. Fire remains under investigation, but yet it's like the truck comes into the parking lot kind of doing a turnaround in there. And you can see the bright flashes when it snags the line, sparking, and at which point the truck driver decided to hightail it. It picked up speed real quick and got the heck out of Dodge. I guess unbeknownst to him, ultimately, the bus barn catching fire. He knew he pulled down power lines. He probably didn't know he had actually started a fire to the building there where he snagged that wire. One other industry tidbit here, the I-10 freight corridor will soon be outfitted with electric truck charging stations, stretching from Southern California to West Texas, if all goes according to plan. A company by the name of Terawatt Infrastructure plans to construct a terawatt charging center every 150 miles starting outside of L.A. and ending in El Paso, Texas. Stations to be positioned every 150 miles or so to accommodate the mileage range of commercially available electric semi-trucks. And they'll range in size anywhere from 4 acres to as large as 100 acres. In addition to the semi-truck charging facilities, these locations will include driver amenities that would allow for the driver to rest, eat, and shower while their trucks are recharging. All right, the locations plan to be energy efficient with solar panels and low emissions in mind. Each of the sites will be located less than a mile from the highway exits to allow for easy access for the drivers. I know they're betting on something here that I don't know how big it's going to go over. I may be wrong. I don't think the demand is really there, but we do see some of these companies with the electric trucks offering the prototypes, seeing a pretty decent number of pre-orders. You know, the Tesla truck, for instance, there was a lot of pre-orders for that, and they're supposedly still expected to roll out the first Tesla trucks by the end of this year. Long-haul trucking electrification represents a significant opportunity to reduce transportation sector emissions, but it hinges on the rapid scale-up of specialized charging infrastructure. Now, they don't mention, but I would interject there, it also calls for an upgrade to the power grid. We're looking at putting all these big truck charging stations in. Yeah, and the electrification of the automobiles. They said right now there's approximately 1,215 medium to heavy-duty zero-emission trucks on U.S. roads. Another 140,000 are on order. But yeah, you better do something to get the grid ready to accommodate charging those big trucks. Ain't no good to be pulled into a truck charging station, especially, say, outside of L.A., on a July afternoon when they're asking people to don't charge your vehicles because the power grid is being strained. We keep going full steam ahead, and I think it's kind of not the path we need to be going down, but I'll digress there. It's 844-844-3388. Back after the news update.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Powder Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA Radio News. I'm Tony Marusso reporting. The 30-year-old man charged with capital murder in the fatal shooting of 2 Dallas hospital employees was on parole and had been given permission to be at the medical facility for the birth of a child, a Texas prison official said on Sunday. Nestor Hernandez was granted leave to be with his significant other at Methodist Dallas Medical Center during her delivery on Saturday, according to Texas Department of Criminal Justice spokeswoman Amanda Hernandez. She said he'd been sentenced to prison for aggravated robbery and was released on parole last October, but did not provide additional details on the circumstances of the shooting. 2 former Minneapolis police officers charged in George Floyd's death are heading to trial on state aiding and abetting counts, the third and likely final criminal proceeding in a killing that mobilized protesters worldwide against racial injustice in policing. J. Alexander Kuhn and Tao Theo have already been convicted of federal counts for violating Floyd's civil rights and begun serving those sentences. Many witnesses expected to testify at their state trial have already done so at both their federal trial and at the state trial against their former colleague, Derek Chauvin. So, mark your calendars for December 2nd. Here's why.
America's next top-secret weapon is ready to be rolled out for the public. Mark your calendar. The Air Force's next stealth bomber, the B-21 Raider, will be revealed to the public in California on December 2nd. The rollout will take place at Northrop Grumman's facility in Palmdale, California. That's just over an hour's drive north of Los Angeles. From the West Coast, USA, Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
In-person early voting over the weekend in Nevada started, a state with a pivotal Senate race. Bill Quiet from Henderson, Nevada, voted Sunday, saying this is what was important to him.
Those issues that support labor.
This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
In a telephone call days after the 2020 election, Oath Keepers leader Stewart Rhodes urged followers to go to Washington and fight to keep President Donald Trump in office. A concerned member of the extremist group began recording because, as he would later tell jurors in the current seditious conspiracy trial of Rhodes and 4 associates, it sounded as if they were going to war against the United States government. That Oath Keeper contacted the FBI, but his tip was filed away. He was only interviewed after Rhodes' followers stormed the Capitol on January the 6th of 2021. Cases of respiratory syncytial virus, also known as RSV, have doubled in more than 25 states, putting a strain on some hospitals. Former Commissioner of the Food and Drug Administration, Dr. Scott Gottlieb, joined Face the Nation to talk about it.
Parents who have children who have an upper respiratory infection, many times they're testing them, finding out it's not COVID, and feeling relieved. I think they still need to be vigilant that it could be RSV, it could be early flu. So if you see progressive symptoms, seek out help from a doctor. There are treatments that are available that could help children with RSV.
There's currently no vaccine available to prevent RSV. As E.T., the extraterrestrial, celebrates its 40th anniversary, Henry Thomas, who starred as Elliot in the film, is reflecting on the movie and the fame that came with it. Initially, Thomas said he didn't understand the little alien who came to live in Elliot's house. I was given a script, I read it, and I thought, there's no lasers. There's no starships or battles or fights. But it works. It works somehow, he said. For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Call 800-631-9123. 800-631-9123. That's 800-631-9123.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, underway. I believe that is my cue here on a Monday as we actually kick off the final week of the $1,000 Daily Driver Bonus Giveaway as we team up with our friends at TNC Radio.live. Yeah, final week. So I've got keywords for you all this week. We'd sure like to have another winner from our program. And a couple winners right out of the box early on. We've been in kind of a lull. Maybe we can find a winner this week. Keyword number 1 this Monday morning is dollar. As in $1,000. D-O-L-L-A-R. Dollar is your keyword. You go to tncradio.live or use the tncradio.live app. In this nationwide contest, click on contest, answer a few questions, then continue listening. We'll have an additional keyword later this morning, and maybe we'll even throw in some bonus keywords. Yeah, like I said, sure would like to have another winner. Additional keywords coming your way 10 a.m. and 7 p.m. Eastern Time every workday this week. And a good luck from TNC Radio and Hot Shot Secret, $1,000 daily driver bonus. It's hard to believe we're already into that final week there. Speaking of which, I got my email from Tom Kelly. Morning. Good Monday morning. From the TNC Radio Live studio, broadcasting from the shadow of the Johnson Space Center, Houston, Texas. Another Monday and another round of storms expected in the Houston area later today. Matter of fact, plan on caution across portions of I-10, I-20, I-45, the highway between Dallas and Houston. Yeah, good possibility it could be a rough day or a rough evening for driving in Texas and Louisiana. But coming up later this morning, 5 a.m. Eastern Time, new programming available on the website and or the app. First up, it's Sunday evening's House of the Driver. That's where they spend a couple of hours talking about dragons and football. Yeah, football, baseball, and dragons. No spoilers, but lots of comments and opinions. Driver Larry Baum is now in the top 0.4% of over 100,000 people picking teams against the spread on ESPN. Now, how is he doing it? Tune in and find it out. If that's correct, is it the top 0.4%? Well, he's on a roll there. Then coming up 7 a.m. Eastern Time, Stan Campbell with great country music, trucking industry news, a few laughs on the Truckers Radio Show. All coming your way later this morning, tncradio.live. But again, your keyword this hour is dollar. Morning, Horse Feathers. How was your weekend?
Yeah, morning. Oh, not too bad. So are we supposed to start this out? Hey, Mike. No, that's not today, is it?
No, not yet.
Seems like it. Boy, I tell you what, is how quick they come around. It almost feels like it should be.
Yeah, blink your eyes.
But,
it'll be another. You know what? 1 week from this morning, it'll be the last day of October.
Wow, ain't that crazy? Where is this year gone? Like all the rest of them. But anyways, you started out there a while back. There, you were talking about that loan payment forgiveness thing there for the college loans and that.
Yep.
And according to our news channel, you misspoke when you were talking about it. You said 6 states there had the lawsuit. Well, our news channel, when they said that, they made sure they said the Republican 6 states.
Oh.
Now, how come you didn't specify they were Republican and not Democrat or Independent or whatever other name we could come up with? How come you didn't specify they were Republicans?
Well, that is a true fact. Yeah, these are Republicans. Republican governors. Yes.
The mean, nasty Republicans just don't want to give away money. Can you imagine that? And speaking of money, did you hear that the independent Bernie Sanders is against the Fed raising the interest rate because it's going to hurt people for yeah. So what happened to his socialist policy of giving away? I don't know. So anyways, but so what else do we got going on here? I don't know. There was a few other things. We're in the middle of a monsoon here, Your Honor. I don't know where all this rain came from. I thought this stuff was they were saying was supposed to stay out there and maybe brush the eastern shore and go up the coast. That's what was out in the Atlantic or whatever. But
yeah,
it's apparently decided to come straight in there with a Chesapeake, and it's going due north. This stuff isn't going east or west, right? It's just coming in off the Chesapeake and going right straight up into Pennsylvania, central Pennsylvania, and I don't know where it's going to go from there. But it certainly ain't raining itself out very fast, and I think with the Allegheny Mountains in the way, I don't think it's going to help the Mississippi much. So anyways, so speaking of rivers and weather and stuff, now who's getting the fine for the air pollution out there in the far west there? Portland and Oregon and Seattle and Washington. Who's getting fined for all that air pollution?
I reckon that'd be Mother Nature. Mother Nature's responsible for the wildfires, correct? Most of them were lightning strikes that started them, so, yeah.
But don't they, if there's all that pollutant out there from businesses or trucks or somebody like that, don't they go after them people and fine them? And
oh, yeah.
I don't know where the money goes from all that. Does that go to support the infrastructure bill? Is that where they get the money for the infrastructure bill? Just wondering. But, so anyways, he's talking about trying to do transportation. Now, you were talking, we have a 25-day supply of diesel fuel. So I'm thinking it's going to have to move extra hard and extra fast. Shouldn't we be waiving the hours of service for the transportation industry to be able to move all this little bit of oil that we have left to run all the trucks, to burn up the diesel, to haul the diesel? How does that work, Your Honor? If we're going to run the trucks to burn up the diesel, to haul the diesel that we don't have, how are we going to haul what we don't have? Interesting. But if we burn all that diesel up, isn't that the same oil that gets used for fuel oil for the good people up in New England to heat their houses with?
Mm-hmm.
Or is there a separate reserve for the fuel oil that they don't tap into for the diesel? I'm just wondering. It's all red. I mean, now is the off-road diesel that the home heating people use and the fuel oil, the diesel oil that the farmers use and the trains use, it's all red now. Does that get separated somewhere for the houses and the heating market compared to the diesel industry?
I'm not sure exactly. I don't know at what point do they put the dye in? Is the dye at the racks for the
off-road use? I mean it's either tax fuel or untaxed fuel. So untaxed fuel is supposed to be red, and the trains use red fuel and home heating fuel, and your farmers they get all that red fuel. So I don't know. So it'd be kind of interesting to see maybe we ought to ask how much when people are going to start chopping up their furniture and throwing their furniture into their fireplace up there in New England there to stay warm.
Yeah.
But anyways, I don't know. I guess that's about what we got going for you. And I don't know. I heard a rumor there up in Philadelphia. Now, did you hear anything that when the Phillies won there, the fans stormed the field and tore down the goalpost and threw them out there in the
in the river?
Schuylkill River?
No.
Yeah, out there in the Schuylkill River. Those Phillies fans, they're right there on the top of the game there. They're out there tearing down goalposts, right?
You're ate up.
But anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Probably Philly Dan's there's probably swearing at me right now. But anyways, I don't know. He won't be swearing too hard. I don't know if their celebration might have got canceled out there. It's raining pretty good up here, Your Honor. So I don't know. They're getting pretty damp over on their side of the state or not at this point. But anyways, I guess that's about what we got going for you there. So I don't know. Is there anything new from your side of town out there? You got anything new going on?
Yeah, it's kind of a lazy weekend. We didn't even go out to eat. Friday night, you know what the princess wanted? She wanted White Castle. No. She actually wanted White Castle.
Okay. So when you do the White Castle, does that mean you have to go to Skyline too to have the chili to go with it, or how does that work?
No, we just did the White Castle thing, and I wondered this Saturday. I'm thinking, why am I on the crapper so much? Oh yeah, we ate White Castle last night.
Yeah. Well, Moose had you all prepared for that then, right? Because didn't you have a couple 15 packs of Blatz?
That
to
is
go
correct.
With that?
Yes, Blatz and White Castle.
Yeah,
what a combo!
Boy, I tell you, I should have washed that right through there, no problem, in and out. But change your name to Bazooka Joe. But anyway, I don't know. Boy, this show's going downhill quick, you know. And speaking of going in and out quick, there, I that old knuckle buster there, he was full of baloney this morning. There, he didn't have any problems letting loose there, did he? So it was a good thing there. Filled up some good radio time.
That's what we.
Anyway,
that's what we do on Mondays, correct? That's the name of the game. And yeah, I'm looking at the radar. I didn't even focus on the radar when I did our weather report earlier, did I? Yeah, central and eastern PA right now, from about Williamsport to Bloomsburg, PA, down to Pottsville, down to east of Harrisonburg. You got quite a bit of rain in the mix. Yeah, a little bit of a break in the action. Pretty quiet from Lancaster to Reading to Allentown, Philadelphia. But the rain is coming in from kind of like southeast to northwest, kind of coming in off the ocean. So, yeah, he's correct again. Some of that rain will be probably pushing up into the Philadelphia area over the next few hours. You're going to see more rain in Baltimore, so rain along 95 and 295. That's over where he's playing this morning, his typical neck of the woods. Then, of course, we talked about the bigger storm system right now that's dropping heavy snows in parts of the west, and at the same time, a lot of rain, some heavy rains, especially in northern reaches of North Dakota. We've got rain from Fargo, and you can see the circulation around the storm there. And then snow out west, eastern Montana, Billings, Montana. Got some pretty healthy snow coming down in that area as we speak this morning. And they did mention we could see a couple of additional storms coming in off the Pacific Northwest. And it looks like that next disturbance is indeed coming in off the Pacific Ocean. Depending on your elevation levels from, say, Victoria, BC, yeah, rain's beginning to fall, light rain in Seattle, but there's some heavy rain offshore that's going to be pushing into western portions of Washington State as we head into the early hours of a Monday. It is 19 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
And, of course, seeing as it's a Monday, it's Plenty of room. Lines available. What do you see? Several. I guess Joe Burrow went down in the history books this past day. Bengals racked up, what was that? Trying to recall, was it 35-17, I believe, was the final score. But yeah, the headline reads, players in recorded NFL history with 450-plus passing yards, 3+ passing touchdowns, 80+ completion percentage, and a rushing touchdown in the same game. Players in recorded NFL history include Joe Burrow, and that's it. So Joe Burrow, I guess, pulled off a first in NFL history this past day. That was pretty impressive. Oh, there's one statistic they left out there that, Joe Burrow has been sacked more than any quarterback in the NFL this year, because he got hit several times again this past day. That offensive line just leaves a bit to be desired, but nonetheless, quite a day for Joe Burrow. So the Bengals are now but 4-3 on the season, I believe, after starting out 0-2. Back to 4-3. So kind of in the mix for sure there. See, if you pay attention over the years, you've probably noticed if something hits the news that they really don't want you to hear about, they'll issue a press release at like 4 or 5 o'clock on a Friday afternoon because everybody's headed home for the weekend, not going to be paying any attention to what's going on in the headlines, and you might just totally miss out on the story. You ever notice that? It's kind of what happened this past Friday. The Biden administration released their numbers, the latest official numbers of illegals crossing the border. That border that is secure, according to pretty much everyone in this administration. Let's wait till a late Friday night to break the news. But that's exactly what they did. They did that to avoid news coverage. And according to Representative Andy Biggs, the purpose of this is to deceive, divert, and deflect their border crisis. Biggs, Saturday morning, said, "It is stunning. It is outrageous. Actually, it's remarkable that they released it when they did. This administration has been more than derelict. They've been intentional in not only opening the border, but trying to deceive the American people about what's actually happening on the border." 1,827 pounds of deadly fentanyl, a.k.a. 414 million doses, enough fentanyl to kill everyone in this country, seized at the border. That was in the month of September alone. In 1 month's time, as China, the drug cartels, and the traffickers and dealers are killing somebody by chemical poisoning. Andy Biggs is one of those who actually supports the calls for those responsible for trafficking in fentanyl to be held accountable for murder under U.S. law. Then he went on to say Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas should be impeached for his dereliction of duty as far as securing the southern border, which it is not. This administration campaigned on an open border. It's totally gotten away from them, and they needed to be held accountable. This is one more thing for Mayorkas that needs to be impeached for. He also rebuked the administration's efforts to pay up to $30,000 per individual to be diverted to aid illegal migration, including personal property managers, to help assist the law-breaking border crossers so they can assimilate into the U.S. It's another missing of the mark of this administration. They want to try a symptom instead of a problem, when they should fix the border and stop people from entering illegally. But all this is being done. It's being done, again, to divert and distract. Yet, to clean up the Biden administration's border crisis before the midterm elections. But yes, the numbers, as they continue to surge. Venezuelans, Cubans, Nicaraguans, a surge in people coming from those countries. Yeah, the numbers for September, which again released late Friday, bringing the total number of illegal crossers to the highest level ever recorded in a fiscal year, according to Customs and Border Protection. Yeah, the year-end numbers reflect deteriorating economic and political conditions in some of those countries, the relative strength of the U.S. economy, and uneven enforcement of the Trump-era asylum restrictions. Migrants were stopped 227,547 times in the month of September at the U.S. border. Now, that's the third highest month of Joe Biden's presidency, up from 11.5% in the month of August and 18.5% from the number in September of last year, up 18.5%. In the fiscal year that ended September 30th, we stopped 2.38 million illegals. Now, don't forget, there was more than a million. Was it 1 million or 1.5 million, what they call gotaways, those that weren't even stopped? These are astronomical numbers. Nearly 78,000 from Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua stopped in the month of September alone. All right, we'll get our news break there and back to your calls just ahead. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I'm Tony Marusa reporting. President Joe Biden sought to reassure Democratic voters who have doubts about whether the 79-year-old should run for re-election, while also saying in an interview that he could drop dead tomorrow. Ukraine branded the Russian state-controlled RT media outlet as an insider of genocide on Sunday after a presenter said Ukrainian children who saw Russians as occupiers under the Soviet Union should have been drowned. In a show broadcast last week, RT presenter Anton Krasovsky said children who criticized Russia should have been thrown straight into a river with a strong current. U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin told Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu in a phone call on Sunday that he rejected any pretext for Russian escalation in Ukraine, the Pentagon said. Shoigu told his French, Turkish, and British counterparts of Moscow's concern that Ukraine could detonate a dirty bomb, according to the Russian Defense Ministry. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com. The 1920 to 1938 Buffalo Nickel, a true American classic and one of the most iconic coins in history. It's been more than 80 years since the last Buffalo Nickel coin was struck. But now, for a limited time only, full 1-pound bags of original U.S. government-struck Buffalo Nickels are being released to the public. That's right, you can own a full pound of 1920 to 1938 classic American Buffalo Nickel coins, all in very good collector condition, with fully visible dates and mint marks, guaranteed. Call 1-800-895-7267 now to secure a full pound of collector's grade U.S. Buffalo Nickels struck during the Roaring '20s and the Great Depression. Plus, receive a bonus American Collector's Pack valued at over $10, free with every order. Call now, 1-800-895-7267 to secure your full pound bag of Buffalo Nickels before they're gone. 1-800-895-7267. That's 1-800-895-7267.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck. A 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, welcome back. Hope you had a good weekend, all that fun stuff. Jump on in. What's on your mind? 844-844-3388. Hey, good morning to Tom checking in. Mr. Weaver says, good morning, Steve. Jeff jumped on. Morning, y'all. Look at Randall Island in New York. Yeah, that's where they got the big tent city set up. I think more than 20,000 have now been bussed there into New York. 20,000. Hey, it's Dingbat just checking in for the night, waiting for Brain Dead to get off work. Everybody stay prayed up. Going to a new orthopedic surgeon doctor on Tuesday this week. Anyway, hope everybody has had a great week and has a great week ahead. Drive safe, everybody. Keep on trucking. All right, thank you very much, Dingbat. Yeah, Brain Dead's said he was going to try to call in this morning, maybe when he gets off there. Yes, Knucklebuster, what'd you forget?
Oh, thanks for taking me back a second time, Steve. We just talked on crime, that's all it is. If you murder somebody, you'll get more time for stealing money than you will killing somebody. So, and then they let them sit in jail for about 20, 25 years there. So we don't punish people like we ought to. When I was growing up, if I got a whooping in school, I got one as soon as I got to the house. That's just the way it was.
Yeah.
My daddy used to beat the hell out of me every day just in case I done something he didn't catch me yet, right?
Had to keep on top of you. You probably deserved it, though.
Oh, yeah. I know I did. Yeah, you'd have to have a lot of skull busters to wash them White Castle and Crystal burgers down there. I like a good cheap date anyway. them Houston Astros, they got an ABC already after them, already been called there. Right?
Yep.
But they just got better at what they was doing. That's usually what happens. You get caught doing something, you'll figure out a better way to do it. And Big Ed talking about them colonoscopies there. I had one done when I was 50, and that doctor told me I had the prettiest hind end he had ever seen. And I don't even know what he meant by that. But
that's kind
scared the hell out
I
of me.
wouldn't. Yeah, I said, what are you talking about?
Well, anyway, they keep trying to talk me into another one. I told them, no, that ain't happening. Now, didn't we have an article here about a week or so ago about they're telling them doctors to slow down on them colonoscopies?
That was a report, yes, that we've kind of overprescribed. I don't know.
Yeah. I ain't going back till I had 50 the first time, be 100 on the second time. The Social Security, they don't want you to retire. They want you to keep putting that money in there, and when you die, they'll just keep it all, right? And I like that middle of the night nap there sometimes, just like you. But anyway, Tennessee called me one time, woke me up. She want to know was I sleeping? I said, no, baby, I was just laying there counting bullet holes in my eyelids there, right? Well, let's see, you just sign right on up here. Tennessee, 65, UT Martin, 24. That was, man, that why you even bother with a game like that there? But Ole Miss and Mississippi State got that butt spanked, both of them there. One by LSU and the other by Alabama. So, Lane, he wasn't talking tough, was he? And I think Arkansas had a bye week too, but they did. They didn't have to play anybody this week, but they placed the ball on the Arkansas 1 yard line, Steve. 7 plays, 99 yards later, they scored the only touchdown in their bye week game. How about them hogs, man? I know that's right. I read where the Lions' Jamal Williams hit a referee making a penalty call in the head with a ball. I wonder what the fine's going to be for that one there.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that'll be a good one there. We'll wait and see what's that. I sent you an email about the picture of an ant's face this professor took and submitted it to a photo contest or something.
Yes, and that looks like something right out of
see that thing, man. That's
straight out of a horror movie. I saw that.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you, my sister told me, she said, I'll never look at ants the same way now. So, and I want to know, they found an alligator up there in Idaho, see? Did he walk up there or did he swim up there?
He was somebody's pet.
Oh, somebody's pet? Okay. Well, hey, Vladimir, quit stealing them speed cameras from Sweden there. He's putting them on his drones, see? That's what somebody claimed. I don't know. He might be doing it. I don't know. Anyway, that's all my bull on it for this go-around. We'll keep listening and probably call back in that loneliest hour.
All right. Have a good morning. Thanks for checking in there. Old Knucklebuster. Shorty shared the marquee sign from the Love's Travel Center, Washington Courthouse, Ohio, which is not too far from the Hot Shot Secret Bunker. Yeah, regular gasoline at $3.76, diesel at $5.83 per gallon, nearly $6. And that's here in Ohio. It's not California. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. I know we get the diesel price numbers will come out later this morning. The one I'm really curious to see is going to be the inventory numbers. They released the latest inventory numbers from the Energy Information Administration Wednesdays at 10:30 a.m. So coming up Wednesday morning, we'll find out if we saw another drawdown in diesel inventory numbers. And if you weren't with us in hour number one, that's a big concern right now. According to the statistics, we have a 25-day supply of diesel left in inventory in this country. That's getting to critical levels. So we shall see here in a few short days. Now, I saw last week, and I've been hearing in the headlines, I guess even more so over the weekend, I got the fallout from Hurricane Ian in Florida. People dealing with the horrific aftermath now need to be concerned about a spike in what they call the flesh-eating bacteria cases. According to health officials, the Department of Health in Lee County is observing an abnormal increase in these infections as a result of exposure to the floodwaters and the standing waters following Ian. According to the health department, residents should always be aware of the potential risks associated when you expose open wounds, a cut or scratch on your skin to this brackish or salt water. Sewage spills like those caused by Hurricane Ian have increased the bacteria levels. Also, the post-storm situation as it evolves. Individuals need to take precautions against infection and illness caused by this. I'm not going to try to pronounce the actual name. Vibrio vulnificus. It's easier to say flesh-eating virus. As of last week, they had at least 29 cases and 4 deaths in that county alone, and that was as of Friday. While Florida health officials track the bacteria throughout the year, Lee and Collier counties are the only areas with confirmed cases, they say right now. But once this virus enters your skin, like through a cut or a scratch, it quickly becomes the flesh-eating virus that breaks down your tissue. And like if you have a scratch on your arm or something, I mean, oftentimes they have to amputate to stop the bacteria from spreading throughout the rest of the body. Symptoms of infection would include fever, chills, a drop in blood pressure, and blisters, skin lesions. All right, so something in the... Are you hearing about that down there in Florida, Philip? Good morning, by the way.
Morning. How you doing, Steve? A lot of people don't know that when a hurricane moves across you, it displaces things. So you think about the water that's in the rain outside during a hurricane. That came from the Gulf of Mexico with salt water, and then it mixes with all the fresh water and turns into brackish water. Every time I see footage, it makes me wonder what people think about when I see footage after a hurricane and I see people with their kids out there playing in the water because, they're having fun. They've got out of the house and all this stuff and they're running around having fun. But they don't realize what they're standing in. That water has got all kinds of stuff in it that can hurt you. That's why you need to stay out of it. That's why people with flooding, they need to get out of the area when it happens. What do you think, Steve?
You deal with cases of that even without hurricanes. Every year you get a handful of cases that people that go, I guess, swimming in some of the tributaries down there and whatnot.
Well, one of the big things that we have a problem with down here is we have what they call amoebas. Okay, and amoebas grow in water that's warm. And we've had people going swimming in a lake. We had one incident a few years ago over here in Orlando. We have a ski park where they have the ski boats not ski boats, but they have these lines that pull you around the lake to, simulate skiing. Yeah. And we had amoeba get in somebody's head over there. It crawls through the openings in your body and gets inside your head, and amoeba, you can't see it. And same way with the bacteria. The bacteria from this storm, I heard about this story a week ago. There was a gentleman that's actually in Lee County who was helping a friend of his clean up his house. He actually flew down from up north to help his friend clean up his house. He got sprayed just a scrape cut on his leg and ended up dying from it.
Wow.
You know, just from, you know, he's trying to help out his buddy, and, you know, as much stuff is laying on the ground out there, sharp objects, whatever, we get hurt. You know, people get cut, and, you know, I mean, everybody's done it. I mean, I drove truck. All the drivers know this. Sometimes when you're out there by yourself and you have to work on a truck and you get cut, you keep on going if it doesn't hurt. You know, well, he kept on going and got a scrape, and then you got this. His leg actually fell into the water. You know, it fell into the water, and he got this flesh-eating bacteria thing going on, and it's serious business. Nothing to take lightly. I got, not to change the subject, Steve, but I got my ballots going in today, so I'm good to go with all that vote. That's all done for me, so we'll just see how she plays out. What are the numbers looking like as far as the Republicans hanging on to things? Have you heard anything from the polls?
I think the news right there at the top of the hour, they were, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, Republicans, 224 seats, Democrats like 200 and, was it 7 or 11? That's the prediction right now. Now, yeah, did you catch Nancy Pelosi on the Talking Heads yesterday morning, the Sunday show, where, you know, she's making statements that make you kind of wonder, where are you coming up with this stuff? She's saying you can take it to the bank that they're going to maintain control. How could she say that?
I don't think so. I know that in some areas it's going to be beneficial for them. In some areas it's not, but I don't think so. I think people are kind of fed up. Some people are fed up with all the garbage that's been going on since we got in there. You know, the race I'm watching is the one down here with Rubio and Val Demings. That debate was a crazy debate between those two. Val Demings looked like she was more like a preacher on a pulpit, you know, yelling at somebody, beating down, you know, fire and brimstone type stuff. And she looked more like that than she did a candidate running for a senator spot, in my opinion. But I never was a fan of Rubio. I got to say, it's been a really tough, this ballot was tough for me to think about. I mean, there's a lot of different things about it that made it tough, but, you know, but Rubio hasn't done a lot. You know, I mean, he has not a lot of stuff to show it. He's kind of like back in the day with Bill Nelson down here. You know, Bill Nelson, he never really did a lot, you know, just like Charlie Crist when he was a governor, he didn't really do a lot. You know, there wasn't a lot that really made me stand out with him. He actually raised our taxes one time down here when he was governor, you know, and I'm not trying to be a DeSantis, you know, and I'm not telling anybody who I voted for, but the thing about it is, it's like, you can see it. I mean, if you've lived down here long enough, you can see what's going on with the politics down here. So, but that's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate your time. I know you got to do your 2-minute deal here, so y'all have a good one. Thank you, sir.
Hey, thank you for checking in, Philip. Have a great day. And I got the latest numbers of your Politico late last week. There's how many dozens of different polls, and separately, I just crossed my mind. I had printed out last week that a number of these polls, they say, according to the research, are skewed to favor Democrats. I would have never guessed. But yeah, Republicans, the GOP is tantalizingly close to the goal of taking the House majority after what was at times an uneven 2-year campaign to flip the chamber. But Politico's election forecast still rates the race to control the House as likely Republican. But of the dozen newest updates, there are 10 individual contests that have moved in Republicans' direction. And we'll share some of those coming up right after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
So according to the Politico numbers, 2 new races are moving to the toss-up column, as they call it, both of which are in districts that were carried by double digits by Joe Biden in 2020. One of the 2 new toss-ups is in Oregon, where Democrats are struggling up and down the ticket. Now, there are still some bright spots on the map for Democrats, they say, including Alaska, where that state's lone House seat is now rated lean Democrat after the now Representative Mary Peltola's surprise special election victory this summer. But in typical fashion for a midterm election, the environment is favoring Republicans as the campaign draws to a close. The generic congressional ballot has moved in the GOP's direction after trending toward the Democrats over the summer, swamped by well-funded Republican outside groups. Democrats are all but conceding a handful of potentially winnable districts, including one Phoenix area seat that Biden narrowly won 2 years ago. 5 things to know about the latest changes to the Politico election forecast. The 2 House districts moving into the toss-up category is California's 13th district and Oregon's 6th district. Places Biden carried by large margins. In California's Central Valley, Adam Gray and Republican John Dwart are locked in a tight race. Even though Biden won that newly drawn seat by 11 percentage points. Same story in Oregon, where the state's new House district, allocated because its population's growth, is now a toss-up. That race between Democrat state legislator Andrea Salinas and Republican businessman Mike Erickson is razor tight, despite a 14-point Biden margin in 2020. Why Democrats are favored to hold Alaska? Well, Peltola's victory in August. Might have looked like a fluke, they say, but the smart money is on history repeating itself. Her rematch against Republicans Sarah Palin and Nick Begich moves from toss-up to now leaning Democrat, as the same dynamics that were present over the summer upset are back. Palin and Begich have not made nice, while Peltola has built a formidable war chest.
It would be surprising to see either Republican candidate win another ranked choice tabulation if Peltola falls short of a majority on Election Day. So that was the whole key there in Alaska. They changed the way the votes are counted to that whole ranked choice thing. Now, so if you got two Republicans, which they have on the ballot, they're splitting the ticket. Someone has to win a majority. And obviously the Republicans, you're going to split things. All right, Democrats' fortunes decline in Florida. It still may be a presidential swing state, but it does not look like one this year. 4 House races are moving toward Republicans, driven by two main factors: Ron DeSantis' strength at the top of the ticket, and the Republicans' continued improvement among the Latino voters there. 2 open seat races, one near Orlando, the other on the fast-growing Gulf Coast, once seen as potentially competitive, have faded from the battleground. Republicans' top super PAC Congressional Leadership Fund had booked airtime to win the state's new House seat. That was the 15th district, but they canceled that last week as Republican nominee Laurel Lee has such a commanding lead there, they say. All right, a couple of others in the mix here, but I think you get the gist. Yeah, leaning toward Republican. Got a minute till we hit that news break, and we'll get to horse feathers, shadow chasers on the line, and room for you at 844-844-3388. But as far as the polling data, I think we all have seen this. We've noticed for numerous election cycles, things like Hillary Clinton was a guaranteed win, and what happened there, and how were the polls so wrong, even the night before the election? In the past week alone, polling data has increasingly shown Republicans within striking distance of Democrats in races previously thought to be safe for the Democrats. The race for the governor of Michigan and New York, the Senate races in Colorado and Pennsylvania, several others. Kind of interesting how they say a careful examination of most of the major polls found that in the past 3 election cycles, the results favored the Democrats by 4 or 5 percentage points. We'll give you more on that coming up here.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Drag racing involving a 100-car caravan blamed for the latest mass shooting in Chicago. Police say 5 people were shot, 3 fatally, at about 4 a.m. on Sunday after drag racers took over an intersection in the city's Brighton Park neighborhood. Police Commander Don Jerome spoke to reporters at the scene.
3 deceased are 1 male Hispanic, approximately 15 to 20 years old, 1 male Hispanic, approximately 16 to 20 years old, and another male Hispanic, approximately 20 years old.
Commander Jerome added this.
All 3 of the decedents did have a gang affiliation.
Democratic and Republican candidates are making the final push to sway voters with Election Day, just over 2 weeks away. On Face the Nation, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says her party is aware of how the economy is weighing on the electorate, and their record shows they're trying to help the American people.
The fight is not about inflation. It's about the cost of living. And if you look at what we have done to bring down the cost of prescription drugs, to bring down the cost of energy and the rest in our legislation, you will see that that has been opposed every step of the way by the Republicans, and they have no plan.
The latest CBS News Battleground Tracker predicts that Republicans will take a 224 to 211 advantage in the House of Representatives when it's all said and done. New York City is struggling with polio.
The CDC is considering using an oral polio vaccine to stop an outbreak in New York City. The Big Apple continues to detect the virus in sewage samples from Brooklyn and Queens. 1 person was also left paralyzed from the virus over the summer. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code, the buy one, get one extravaganza, going on right now at mypillow.com.
Representative Claudia Tenney, a Republican of New York, joined Sunday Morning Futures to discuss President Joe Biden's cognitive abilities after his latest sit-down interview has some critics wondering about his ability to serve.
It's my intention to run again, and we have time to make that decision.
Dr. Biden is for it. Mr. President.
Dr. Biden thinks that, my wife thinks that we're doing something very important, and that I shouldn't walk away from it.
Tenney warned that the question is serious, arguing that he is not competent enough to be president of the United States after appearing to zone out during an MSNBC interview this weekend. A Michigan woman being charged after allegedly stealing items from Walmart by not scanning all of them at the self-checkout. Police say 34-year-old Teddy Jo Marie Flyam was using the self-checkout at an Alpena County Walmart when loss prevention workers noticed she wasn't scanning every item. Fleam became agitated and denied she was skipping items when confronted by a loss prevention worker and left the store. The incident caused the store to review its surveillance footage, which showed she had stolen more than $1,000 in merchandise by not scanning it from the Walmart since April. For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call
At Hot Shot
Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
There we go. Welcome into a Monday. Friends on the West Coast, as we cross over the midnight hour. So, 12:09 on the West Coast, 3:09 Eastern, into the wee early morning hours of a Monday, 24th day of October. Hope you had a good weekend. Plenty of sports action to keep you occupied, no doubt. World Series is set. Houston Astros versus the Philadelphia Phillies, which will begin coming up Friday. Who will it be? And, of course, around the country, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388 on a typical quiet Monday morning. You know the drill. Who we got checking in? Now, there's Norman in north central Kansas on board. 68, a windy night tonight in Kansas. It was 86 degrees here yesterday. And I'm not on the highway tonight. I'm sitting at the home 20. Too windy to load the Big Tipper, he said. Hello to the Ice Cream Man checking in from Georgia. About to head off toward Texas. Morning, Ice Cream Man. There's Kentucky Ken. Good morning, Overnight Drive crew. Mr. Summers, happy Monday. On my way to load supplies for the week. Headed out towards Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Safe travels and safe miles. Kentucky Ken is listening in. All right, now there's Big Ed. He stuck around with us for a while. He said, I've enjoyed the show tonight. Be safe, Steve. Are you with me? Thank you, Big Ed, for spending some time with us. All right, there's Bill. Morning, Bill. Good to have you with us. Did you catch on the news break there? They actually played the clip of the president trying to clarify that the First Lady, Jill thinks that he needs to run for re-election in 2024 when he'll turn 82 years old. I've heard many people say in the last several years that in many cases people would say that's almost like elder abuse to continue running him out like this. He said, my wife thinks we're doing something very important, and I shouldn't walk away from it. Of course, we know the First Lady is viewed as having significant say over whether Biden, who's already the oldest man to hold the presidency, will actually seek another 4 years. She told NBC News in an interview published on Friday that she would support a 2024 run. Jill said he understands government better than anybody else. Yeah, he's great. Now, Biden's own political future, kind of the subplot of the midterm elections. Democrats fighting to keep control of Congress, while polls from the likes of CNN, the New York Times, over the summer did say, that a majority of Democrats would prefer a presidential candidate other than Biden in 2024. A Marquette University law school poll last month found 52% of Democrats supporting a re-election campaign for Joe. Now, Biden says he'll wait until after the midterms to decide what's going to be happening moving forward for 2024. The president reiterated he intends to run again, but he would wait till after the midterms to make that final decision. He's repeatedly said he believes he could beat former President Trump if they had a one-on-one rematch. I've not made that formal decision, but it is my intention. My intention is to run again, and we have time to make that decision, he says. Yeah, he's hinted at it time and time again. Well, the other guy being Donald Trump over the weekend, had the big rally Saturday night in Texas, Robstown, Texas. And there was a quote in there where he said, I probably have to do it again. The crowd loved it. And now, to make our country safe, successful, and glorious again, I'll probably have to do it again, he simply says. Vowing to crack down on crime, support the police, close the borders, reduce inflation, and restore the American economy to the heights his administration brought it before COVID came blowing in. We are against defunding the police. And we are for defunding the Mexican cartels. We need to leave our police alone, let them do their jobs. He called for the death penalty for anyone who kills a police officer. When the group stood up, he said, I said, we have protesters, and they're protesters. They're protesting what's happening to our country. Speaking to the people in the rally there, the big crowd that had gathered. It's our number, 844-844-3388. I did touch on the quote that Pelosi made Sunday morning, that the Democrat Party will win majorities in the midterms. They were talking about aid to Ukraine. the interviewer said, let me get your reaction really quickly. Do you think that the comment which is made by House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy about a blank check, is that a disqualifying comment for someone third in line to the presidency? To which Nancy said, was I not clear? We're going to win this election. To which he said, no, I understand. Nancy said, it may be. I don't know if this is disqualifying, but people should take that into consideration if they care about democracy. Democracy is on this ballot, not just because of support for Ukraine, but because of trying to nullify elections, voter suppression, and all those sort of things when they don't like the outcome. But again, democracy on the ballot, and we want it to be strong. The planet is on the ballot. We want it to be safe. Our values are on the ballot. We want them to be respected, and we fully intend to win. Take it to the bank. We fully intend to win, says Pelosi. I don't know if she's just a denier of reality, or is she delusional? I don't know. Or does she know something we don't know? You might ask. All right, Shadow Chaser is on board. Morning, Shadow Chaser. What's happening?
Morning, Steve. How you doing?
Hanging with them.
Well, I guess supposedly Joe Biden is smoking the same kind of dope.
Right, though. Yeah, smoking that wacky tobacco.
Yeah. Hey, I just got fuel in Ohio, $5.78 a gallon gas price.
The numbers are way up there, Shadow Chaser. Did you ever think you'd be paying that kind of money for fuel?
No, thank goodness I pay for it. Down in Oklahoma, it's filled up your day, speed $5.23. Come out to Missouri, raw Missouri is $5.08. What difference?
Wow.
So, hey, I heard a song the other day, old song for first one I saw was Knuckle Buster.
And what song was
that?
That
one by Del Reese. Girl wearing enough town, smile on the billboard.
Oh, the girl.
Big old highway.
Yeah, the girl on the billboard, right.
First thing I saw was Knuckle Buster.
Yep.
How's your White Castle?
It was White Castle, Jim. I mean, every once in a while you get the hankering, you get the craving, but yeah, it's the next day when they're not so good anymore.
I had a good one the other day. Yesterday I had the baked potato for Wendy's with a chili on that.
Oh,
that's
yeah?
real good. Good morning, Steve. Good Monday.
All right, happy Monday. Thanks for checking in there. All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, notice how Trump mentioned the defund the police movement. That really got... That was, what, the summer of 2020, right? Yeah, the George Floyd summer of protests and rage around the country. And as we well know, it gained momentum in a number of Democrat-run cities, and to where they indeed did begin the process of defunding police departments in numerous jurisdictions, which leads us to those same cities now dealing with crime numbers that are off the charts. And the report out of New York City, they are in what they're calling a full-blown staffing emergency when it comes to police in that city. Well, who would want to become an officer in New York City? The numbers are mind-boggling. The mass exodus from the New York City Police Departments continues. Pension fund data shows 3,054 officers have filed retirement paperwork, putting them on pace for more than 4,000. That's right, 4,000 officers to leave the NYPD this year. That number would dwarf the 3,846 departures back in 2002, the first full year after the September 11 terror attacks that left 24 NYPD officers dead. According to the Police Benevolent Association's president, we keep ringing the alarm bell louder and louder, and every month the numbers get worse. We've gone from a staffing problem to a staffing crisis, and now to a full-blown staffing emergency. The city must address the low pay and punishing work schedules that are driving the cops out of here. Crime and the cost of living have combined for an overreaching exodus from New York City, according to one retired detective who's now an adjunct professor at John Jay College of Criminal Justice. New York has become Dodge City, and those who can are getting out of Dodge. And it's not just the cops, he said. While defund the police movement may have helped actually get Joe Biden elected in 2020, the crime and the staffing issues have forced the NYPD to spend $600 million on uniform staff overtime in the new fiscal year that started in July. That's 61% more than the budgeted amount. They had allocated $372 million. Last year, NYPD overtime cost $670 million. Now, you go back during the rioting in the year 2020, overtime costs were $721 million. He told the Times, or the New York Post, that is, I have no regrets about leaving. A 30-year-old told the Post, from what I hear from the many officers that I still speak to, the NYPD has actually somehow become worse in just the few months that I've been gone. I didn't think that would be possible. The job has become unsustainable for a lot of people, financially, mentally, and everything about it. Officers want to have pride in what they do. But pride only goes so far when you're constantly being beat down and treated like a child by the department's incompetent, ignorant leaders and disrespected by the public on a daily basis when the whole system is working against you. When you can't cover your bills, when you never see your family, you start asking yourself, why am I even doing this anymore? Early retirement is just as popular as just quitting early before reaching 20 years of full pension. According to the report, there have been 1,426 early retirements this year. That's up 61% from last year. Got problems in New York. Now, how about trying to recruit? Wednesday, the NYPD hired 600 individuals who've begun their training at the police academy. Now, that's barely covering the early retirements, much less the projected 4,000 quits. The New York Police Department has hired 1,982 recruits this year. So that's shy of 2,000. You got 4,000 exiting, almost 2,000 coming in. Yeah, the numbers just don't add up. Why is that? It's the defund the police. It's the police are bad mentality that has swept so many cities. And as they say, you're disrespected by the public every day. Then, of course, the government tries to tie their hands with these anti-pursuit policies. Look at some of Chicago's policy. You can no longer pursue on foot unless you get authorization from a supervisor and those sort of things. All right, quick like before we hit our bottom of the hour news break. And, of course, quiet on a Monday. It's 844-844-3388. For over 60 years, though, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing your lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, you name it, anything that's going to be sitting around for an extended period of time with gas in it. Sta-Bil storage keeps gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. Make sure to store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And if you go to goldeagle.com, you can order Sta-Bil, get 15% off your order by using the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout.
I'm Tony Marusa reporting. President Joe Biden sought to reassure Democratic voters who have doubts about whether the 79-year-old should run for re-election, while also saying in an interview that he could drop dead tomorrow. Ukraine branded the Russian state-controlled RT media outlet as an insider of genocide on Sunday after a presenter said Ukrainian children who saw Russians as occupiers under the Soviet Union should have been drowned. In a show broadcast last week, RT presenter Anton Krasovsky said children who criticized Russia should have been thrown straight into a river with a strong current. U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin told Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu in a phone call on Sunday that he rejected any pretext for Russian escalation in Ukraine, the Pentagon said. Shoigu told his French, Turkish, and British counterparts of Moscow's concern that Ukraine could detonate a dirty bomb, according to the Russian Defense Ministry. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com. The 1920 to 1938 Buffalo Nickel, a true American classic and one of the most iconic coins in history. It's been more than 80 years since the last Buffalo Nickel coin was struck. But now, for a limited time only, full 1-pound bags of original U.S. government-struck Buffalo Nickels are being released to the public. That's right, you can own a full pound of 1920 to 1938 classic American Buffalo Nickel coins, all in very good collector condition, with fully visible dates and mint marks, guaranteed. Call 1-800-895-7267 now. to secure a full pound of collector's grade U.S. Buffalo nickels struck during the Roaring '20s and the Great Depression. Plus, receive a bonus American Collector's Pack valued at over $10, free with every order. Call now 1-800-895-7267 to secure your full pound bag of Buffalo nickels before they're gone. 1-800-895-7267. That's 1-800-895-7267.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, a couple of industry headlines to throw your way. What do we see from FreightWaves? First of all, Navarro Trucking Group, a California-based trucking company that pulled intermodal containers out of the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach, has folded, filed for Chapter 7 bankruptcy. Bellflower, California-based Navarro, 15 power units, same number of drivers, according to the FMCSA. Data shows the intermodal company's authority was voluntarily revoked in late September. Insurance slated to be canceled as of tomorrow, Tuesday. The FMCSA granted the company's operating authority in September of 2019. They have filed their petition in the U.S. Bankruptcy Court for the Central District of California. In the filing, Navarro, which also hauled refrigerated food and produce, listing assets of $500,000 to $1 million, liabilities up to $10 million. The company has up to 49 creditors, maintaining that no funds will be available for distribution to unsecured creditors after administrative fees are paid. Not clear why the company was forced to shut its doors. However, drayage carriers continue to be plagued by the ongoing supply chain obstacles and uncertainty caused by that California independent contractor law, the AB 5 law. The president of Navarro Trucking Group and his attorneys did not respond to FreightWave's telephone or email request for comment. They owe several finance companies listed as secured creditors more than $1.6 million for the company's equipment, several tractors and trailers, according to the bankruptcy filing. Looks like the largest unsecured creditor is the U.S. Small Business Administration, which is owed $499,000 for a loan the trucking company received through the COVID Economic Injury Disaster Loan Program. Now, while funds received through the Paycheck Protection Program are forgivable, the Small Business Administration has deferred repayment of the disaster relief funds until 2 years from the loan origination date. They list several other creditors there, but there you go, out of California. And I don't know if you caught this, the federal jury awarding a class of truckers more than $200 million after finding BNSF Railway violated the Illinois State Biometric Information Privacy Act, awarding thousands of truckers $228 million in a case against the railroad, accusing the railroad company of violating truckers' rights with the Biometric Information Privacy Act, also known as BIPA. According to the second amended complaint, truckers who were required to visit various rail yards, including facilities owned and operated by BNSF. At those facilities, truckers were required to register their biometric identifiers and or biometric information, including auto gate systems that partially control the entrances and exits to the facilities. They captured, collected, and stored truckers' biometric identifiers, but they failed to provide any written disclosure describing the purpose and duration of the use of such information, like fingerprints, things like that. So the federal grand jury found BNSF liable for one count of violating the Illinois BIPA Act, awarding the plaintiffs $228 million. I guess you got to do the math, divide things down. The complaint claims at least 44,000 truckers may be eligible for compensation. This is actually the first such case to go to trial, but as I say, the simple math, you divide it all down. It's not like you're going to get a real big paycheck at the end of the day, right? All right, Horse Feather's back with us. Yes, sir?
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. That sounds interesting because I got a Sunoco oil refinery that I go to that requires all that biometric stuff and electronic fingerprint scanning and all that for their electronic devices to be able to allow you through gate access and entrance to this and entrance to that, as well as the fact they're a port facility, so you have to have the TWIC to be able to get in there as well. So I thought all my information was on the TWIC, but then they have to go and redo it all on their own card on top of that.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Interesting. But anyways, hey, what I was calling back here real quick about, maybe, you were talking in the beginning of the show there about these new electric regenification stations they got to put on every 100, 150 miles or so across the highway to recharge all these electric trucks that are going to be up and down the highway. And you're going to have facilities. What'd you say, anywhere from did you say is down to maybe 10 acres up to a few hundred acres type size facilities?
I think it's anywhere from 4 acres to 100 acres, yes.
Okay. So anyways, 100 acres. I think you can park quite a few trucks in that, and wouldn't that almost be considered a truck stop? And so are electric truck stops? Are they good? You can have them every 100, 150 miles with no problem. Where every time anybody says something about putting a truck stop in that services the trucks that burn diesel fuel, that not in my backyard, can't have them trucks.
Yep.
You're going to have drugs and crime and prostitution and all this stuff's going to happen in these truck stops. And so do the electric truck stops, are they not going to have drugs and crime and prostitution, or how's that work?
That's a valid question, and I don't know where they're going to obtain all this real estate, this property. Are they going to use eminent domain, or because these are tied in. The government wants to get this electrification stuff in.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the next question is, if they're electric truck stops, are they going to allow diesel trucks to come in there and take a rest break if the diesel driver needs a little bit of shut eye to get down the highway safely, or how's all that going to work out? Or maybe it's going to be all paid parking for your electric trucks, and unless you pay to park or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I'm thinking if they don't let the diesel trucks in the electric one, then they shouldn't let the electric trucks in the diesel one. So what do you think of that idea?
All right.
Oh boy, yeah, we can really start stirring stuff up here, can't we, on a rainy Monday morning? So, but anyways, that's about what we had there going for you. I forgot about that earlier there. Wanted to ask you your opinions on that. So, anyways, but we'll throw it out there for the listening audience and let them chew on it and see what they can come up with.
Very good. Sounds like a plan. Hey, have a great morning. Thanks for checking in. Obviously, it looks like maybe must have got off work finally. Did it make for a long night? You have to pull double duty tonight, Brain Dead?
No, I volunteered to come in and work the dock to make a little bit of extra money. That Christmas is we here before we know it. And how many months, Steve? Was it like 2 months or something?
Don't remind me. If you look at the calendar, you could count the paydays on one hand. How many paydays are left before Christmas? You're right.
Yeah, payday on one day, gone the next.
Yeah.
Just the cycle of life. But no, I just volunteered to make double pay today. Just give me a little 8 hours. They offered some extra overtime today. I said, I'm ready to go home and see the dingbat for a minute, and get at least a little bit of sleep.
So you heard me talking about the new pen and what was it the Holland division, the new pen and the Holland that they're making the changes with?
Yeah. See, unlike Senior Heatwave, ours is a little bit different. We actually have a Holland terminal in Memphis, and I know Nashville has one, and St. Louis, and they're trying to figure all this out right now, because the third phase is going to be where they actually get rid of Holland, New Penn, and Redaway. Because from our terminal to the Holland terminal, about 45 minutes or so. It depends on traffic. And it's a lot smaller terminal. What they've told us is that they're going to combine the seniority boards into one big board, but have it at two facilities. So when everything gets approved, we can bump in or transfer over to that terminal. So say, like, for example, I want to work out of the Holland terminal, I can go to the Holland terminal and go and be on that official board, but be on that board. But the official board is going to be 310, if I remember right, which is about the size of the old Roadway terminal when they merged with Yellow here in Memphis. Now, they have a good idea, but getting it implemented is going to be the hardest part. You see, Steve, since the merger happened, the big merger happened in 2008, you have Yellow holdovers and Roadway holdovers that want to do things their way. Back in the Stone Age, they are just now figuring out, Steve, the world has changed. We are now, there are no companies other than us or ABF that do lay down runs unless it's a sleeper team. Everybody else is a meet and turn home every night. I think the Heat Wave said that one night that the Oklahoma City guys were whining, complaining, and moaning. Okay, I'd rather be home every night than be on the road 3 or 4 days a week. You know, I've been there, done that, wrote the book. I'm ready to get off the road. That's why I came back to the city when I did. They asked me to go to the line haul. I said, no, I'm staying right here where I'm at. And that utility run is kind of like working a dock and working as line haul. I mean, I do the jobs of 5 different people every day, twice a day. Because when you figure I'm doing the line haul job, I'm working as a dock worker, I have to hook my sets because there's a separate guy to hook the sets and drop the sets. And then every now and then I got to bump the dock. So there's 5 different jobs I do in one way. So, and you also mentioned something too. There's a real slim line here between utility and line haul when it goes to these super velocity terminals like Little Rock. See, Shreveport to Little Rock's I think like 205 miles. If the contract is, if I remember reading in the contract right, anything over 200 miles, you don't work the dock. You sit there, go watch a movie, Netflix, whatever, and they hook it up and you go back home. Memphis to Little Rock is only about 150 miles, give or take a few. And at that point, we have to work the dock because we can't just sit there and wait on them to get the trailers ready. We have to do dock work. Line haul, you get paid by the mile, and then when you're sitting there, you get paid by the hour. I get paid straight hourly pay.
So do you think you're going to see the headaches, the hiccups, kind of like, he said, this is going to be a little different than what Heat Wave was dealing with? Because he makes it sound like it's been kind of a debacle out west.
The problem is management and the actual guys. These guys, Steve, are so stupid. They go by what the computer says. See, Memphis and Little Rock loads all the freight for the Northeast and all the freight pretty much all the freight for the East Coast. Now, I'm trying to get them to grasp the reality that the United States is broken up in different regions and to load the freight to that region by looking at the terminal number. Like all the 100s, that's the Northeast. Why do we have to load everything into one box just to have it go to Memphis, sit for a day or two to be unloaded, transferred to the next trailer, when we can make it easy enough to say, hey, look, here's a Northeast bulk break. We send it to the Northeast bulk break. Let's let them deal with it. Let's let them unload it. Let's let them. It's one less person that has to touch the freight. And they're slowly grasping the concept because for a year and a half, I tried to get them to separate the Memphis freight out from everybody else's freight. That kind of tell you where we're going with this? And management, too, has no concept of the idea. Management just is like, get it on the trailer, out of here. On the trailer, out of here. We have to have our numbers. I'll argue with one day. I said, what pays the bills? Your productivity numbers or me packing as much freight in that trailer as possible? Which one pays the bills? Because I could do both. Like I said. And the other thing, too, is, Steve, the downfall of this company is going to be more of the workers, like myself, than the management. You literally know what is an e-time freight shipment, or a parcel. I have seen e-time freight sit on a dock and be loaded a week after its due delivery date. The dispatchers do not walk the dock over yonder, and they walk it over here every now and then. And they'll look at some of the bills and tell you what freight needs to get loaded on that trailer. That is just insane. To go, hey, I need to put this on the next trailer because it's due here at this time and it's highly critical. I mean, right now we have a couple of shippers ourselves. Literally, they want it off one trailer, on the next trailer, and out the gate. That's pretty much it. But until management can get rid of the yellow holdovers and the roadway holdovers and get the ones in that came in from, say, like, I don't know, Saia, Old Dominion, FedEx, and back off and let them do the job, maybe, just maybe, this company could possibly survive in the long run. Because like I said, Steve, and I've said it before, this company is antiqued. It is very antiqued. And eventually, something's going to happen.
Well, we all know that they had been on the brink of going under for years, and then I never really did hear anything come about that big $700 million payment protection program money they got.
They say they owe the Central States like $50 million. They paid them up, and they reinvested it in paying down some debt and buying some new equipment. Steve, if you see our trucks, people will know what I'm talking about. With the series that starts with a 1-2 in the number, like 1, 2, 5, 4, 7, those 1-2 series were just had 50,000 miles, and the 1-4 series trucks were brand new when I started here in 17, and then of course I left for a minute for a little bit, and I came back. And now we got all these new trucks coming in. But the sad part is these guys are still destroying all these new trucks, these new trailers, these new equipment. And they got a whole bunch of these rail cans, which to me is stupid. I mean, don't get me wrong, the railroad is good and all, but why we just invested so much more in these rail cans instead of actual trailers? I mean, Heatwave told me one day, he had a trailer hooked up, and if he's listening, he can call in and verify this. It said, proud sponsor of the 1999 Hanson MMBop World Tour. I tell you how old our trailers are. There you go. But Steve, the other thing too is the routing of freight. It's something that they haven't grasped. It's like I took some freight to Little Rock Friday night. It came out of Massachusetts, went down to Memphis to go to Springdale, Arkansas. Why didn't it go through St. Louis, Indy, St. Louis, back down to Springdale? The routing of the freight is got to improve, because a lot of these shippers and people pay freight bills, are going, wow, why do I need to use these people when it takes them 4 or 5 days when I can get this company over here to have it in 2 days? We still ain't grasped that concept. We still ain't grasped the concept of next day freight. Like when I leave Little Rock with next day freight, it sits on our yard for a day or two before it's even unloaded. So what's the purpose of it?
Well, the story
I shared
Friday morning, that was the story was kind of alluding that's what they're working to get to the 1 to 2 day kind of thing for the LTL, right?
They're trying to. They've been trying to implement this for well over a year. But the problem is you have dispatchers in the dock office that just sit there and go, next day shipment, and you know what? We got these other people here. We got to get going. I mean, I saw an E-Time shipment in Little Rock when we were really slammed. Sit on the yard for 176 hours. I did not stutter. 176 hours with E-Time freight. The only reason why that trailer got unloaded was because the customer called customer service, and it was a big-time shipper, and they said, hey, get our freight moving or we're gone. So they have really bad problem with routing freight and getting freight moving and understanding how to prioritize freight, Steve. That's the main problem. They fix those problems, I could see them being a real viable contender. I could. But unless they got rid of the yellow and the roadway holdover management, they'll never get anywhere. I'm being honest.
Well, I appreciate you taking the time out to kind of break it down for us, because like you said, that's somebody on the inside that sees what's going on has a better breakdown you get from the little blurb from Freight Waves. That's all I had. So.
Yeah, and Steve, it's going to get worse. I'm gonna say it to you. senior heat wave out there. It's just going to get even worse. But have a good night, Steve.
All right. Thanks for checking in. You do the same. Have a good morning. Have a good week. All right. A couple minutes before news break. Looking at some of the photos out of Philadelphia, you know, when a team wins a championship. Now they've got games yet to go. They just punched their ticket to the World Series. But the sheer fact that they're going to the big show, everybody started going bonkers in Philadelphia. I guess yesterday Philadelphia was the place to be after punching their ticket to the World Series. The Phillies' first Fall Classic appearance since 2009. Fans have 12 years of lost time to make up for. They say they actually had greased up the light poles, trying to prevent people from being able to climb them, but it didn't work. We got the photographic evidence. This guy took to another... People climbing the poles, getting up, and they're standing like on the traffic lights and things of that nature, and people are throwing a can of beer up to them so they can chug the can of beer. This guy took it to another level. The photograph and the video says, this guy's been up here for over 20 minutes now. He has thus far caught and shotgunned at least 7 beers. The cops are waiting for him at the bottom of the pole, but the crowd is egging him on. I wonder, did he actually eventually come down the light pole, or just did he fall with a thud back to the ground? All right, some people were on their best behavior. Even Eagles offensive lineman Jordan Mailata joined in on the fun. They did say Philadelphia police are taking heavy precaution, though, trying to keep the crowds from getting out of control. Police had recommended local businesses to board up and shut their gates. Reports indicate everything had been pretty much peaceful up to that point in time. All right, we'll get our news break and a full hour yet to come. Jump on in the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA Radio News. I'm Tony Marusso reporting. Drag racing involving a 100-car caravan blamed for the latest mass shooting in Chicago. Police say 5 people were shot, 3 fatally, at about 4 a.m. on Sunday after drag racers took over an intersection in the city's Brighton Park neighborhood. Police Commander Don Jerome spoke to reporters at the scene.
3 deceased are 1 male Hispanic, approximately 15 to 20 years old, 1 male Hispanic, approximately 16 to 20 years old, and another male Hispanic, approximately 20 years old.
Commander Jerome added this.
All 3 of the decedents did have a gang affiliation.
Democratic and Republican candidates are making the final push to sway voters with Election Day, just over 2 weeks away. On Face the Nation, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says her party is aware of how the economy is weighing on the electorate, and their record shows they're trying to help the American people.
The fight is not about inflation. It's about the cost of living. And if you look at what we have done to bring down the cost of prescription drugs, to bring down the cost of energy and the rest in our legislation, you will see that that has been opposed every step of the way by the Republicans, and they have no plan.
The latest CBS News Battleground Tracker predicts that Republicans will take a 224 to 211 advantage in the House of Representatives when it's all said and done. New York City is struggling with polio.
The CDC is considering using an oral polio vaccine to stop an outbreak in New York City. The Big Apple continues to detect the virus in sewage samples from Brooklyn and Queens. 1 person was also left paralyzed from the virus over the summer. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
Representative Claudia Tenney, a Republican of New York, joined Sunday Morning Futures to discuss President Joe Biden's cognitive abilities after his latest sit-down interview has some critics wondering about his ability to serve.
It's my intention to run again, and we have time to make that decision.
Dr. Biden is for it. Mr. President. Oh.
Dr. Biden thinks that, my wife thinks that we're doing something very important, and that I shouldn't walk away from it.
Tenney warned that the question is serious, arguing that he is not competent enough to be president of the United States after appearing to zone out during an MSNBC interview this weekend. A Michigan woman being charged after allegedly stealing items from Walmart by not scanning all of them at the self-checkout. Police say 34-year-old Teddy Jo Marie Flyam was using the self-checkout at an Alpena County Walmart when loss prevention workers noticed she wasn't scanning every item. Fleam became agitated and denied she was skipping items when confronted by a loss prevention worker and left the store. The incident caused the store to review its surveillance footage, which showed she had stolen more than $1,000 in merchandise by not scanning it from the Walmart since April. For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, get our final hour underway here on a Monday morning. And we've got our final week underway of the $1,000 Daily Driver Bonus Giveaway. Final week of our 6-week nationwide contest. And I've got a keyword. Keyword number 2 here on a Monday morning. You missed out earlier. First keyword was dollar, by the way. DOLLAR. This hour's keyword is win. 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 I know you'd like to win $1,000. So, if you'd like to do that, go to tncradio.live or use the tncradio.live app. Simply enter the keyword. Listen for additional keywords, 10 a.m. and 7 p.m. Eastern Time. All week long as our final week is underway. Good luck from TNC Radio and Hot Shot Secret. Your keyword is win. All right, there you go. So if you've lost track, it sounds like the purchase of Twitter by Elon Musk, it all sounds like it's going to be closed by the end of the month here. So maybe by the end of this week, it'll be a done deal. It's the way things are leaning, according to the reports. And if you're a Twitter employee, you're probably thinking, I better start looking for another job. Twitter's workforce likely to be hit with massive cuts in the coming months. And actually, no matter who owns the company, interviews and documents obtained by the Washington Post show a change likely to have major impact on their ability to control harmful content and prevent data security issues. Now, Elon Musk told prospective investors in his deal looking to buy the company that he planned to get rid of nearly 75% of Twitter's 7,500 workers. I mean, literally whittling the company down to a skeleton staff of just over 2,000 people. But this was kind of the new information, even if Musk's Twitter deal falls through, and there is little indication that it's going to fall through. Yeah, even if it did, though, big cuts were anticipated. Twitter's current management had planned to par the company's payroll by about $800 million by the end of next year. Yeah, that would mean the departure of nearly a quarter of the workforce, according to the corporate documents and interviews with those familiar with the company's deliberations. The company also planned to make major cuts to its infrastructure, including data centers that keep the site functioning for more than 200 million users that log on every day. But the extent of the cuts, which had not been previously reported, kind of helps explain why Twitter officials were eager to sell the company for Elon Musk's $44 billion bid. Although it was a hostile bid, it was kind of a golden ticket for the company, potentially helping the leadership avoid painful announcements that would have demoralized the staff and maybe crippled the serviceability to combat misinformation, hate speech, spam, all that stuff. Now, the impact of such layoffs would likely be immediately felt by millions of users, according to a data scientist formerly in charge of Twitter's spam and health metrics. Now, I said the cuts that Elon has proposed are unimaginable and would put Twitter's users at risk of hacks and exposure to offensive material, even things like child pornography. It would be a cascading effect, he said, where you'd have services going down, people remaining not having the institutional knowledge to get things back up, being completely demoralized and wanting to leave themselves. Either way, last Thursday evening, Twitter's top lawyer sent out a note to all employees saying the company did not have any confirmation from Musk about his plans. Our own smaller-scale cost-saving discussions were put on hold once that merger agreement was signed off on. The internal Slack groups, employees reacting to the news with anger and resignation. Some even making jokes about the turmoil of the past few months. Either way, Twitter and Musk are expected to close the purchase by this Friday. Planning for the closing is moving forward in apparent good faith after months of legal battles, according to those familiar with the negotiations. All right, if the deal closes, Musk would immediately become Twitter's new owner. Twitter may have a new owner by this Friday, according to the reports. Knucklebuster, hey there, final hour, there he is.
All right, I appreciate you taking me in again, Mr. Steve Summers. It's been a great day. Anyway, $800 million. Can you carry that much in the back of one semi-trailer? I don't even have any idea how much that money is. I wouldn't mind winning the lottery, though, that much money. I could ease the pain of a lot of people I know. Well, let's get back to TB12. He should have just stayed retired, Steve. He's lost so many games now, he ain't going to get back in the race for that 8th Super Bowl ring.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I didn't see yesterday's game, but they said he had another bad day, right?
Yeah, 21-3, and he lost. I mean, you might as well just hang that up. That don't even look like a Super Bowl champ, you know. Let's talk about them union freight haulers for a minute, sir. I know I'm bad about ticking people off, but I'll try to not make nobody mad there, Steve. But anyway, we've been talking about since the pandemic. Nobody wants to work. Nobody wants to work. Can't get anybody to work. Well, I get $25 an hour for driving a forklift around, pulling freight off of a trailer, putting it on another trailer, or setting it on the dock. I don't know what union scale is now, because I'm not a union company. But anyway, $25 an hour is pretty good for me, whether I'm in on that forklift 5 minutes or 1 hour exactly. So, routing the freight, that's bad management. Well, Holland and Memphis is down in Olive Branch, Mississippi. FedEx Freight has 2 terminals, one in Memphis, one in West Memphis. The FedEx Freight in Memphis runs at night. All their drivers run at night. The FedEx Freight in West Memphis, Arkansas, run in the daytime. I don't know exactly how their setup is, but anyway, it's that's the way they set theirs up. FedEx Express, that's air freight, see? Well, when they pick that air freight up and it's going Memphis to Houston, they don't put it on no airplane, buddy. They put it on a truck, send it on down there to Houston. Overnight it's there, right? Well, I was back there at 3:15 your time trying to give my pillow some head, and I heard somebody mention my handle, but I couldn't say exactly what they were talking about. You want to fill me in?
Probably that was horse feathers.
Or that? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was-
do I need to just listen to the podcast again? That'd be the best thing, right?
Yeah, I think he was thanking you for your plethora, your wealth of information this morning.
Oh, okay. Well, I've had a lot of time to sit around all weekend, just play with my phone and all that. Hey, I read where Zach Brown Band, they tried to get in up there in Canada. They've been up there 3 or 4 times already this year. They wouldn't let them in because some of their band members had some stuff that the cops would wanted them for, and they hadn't got it all cleared up there. Yeah. Well, the only problem I got with the cops is they always wanting some money. So if green light is on, I go down through the woods looking for Goldilocks. If it's red light's on, I just hammer down, get it done there. And that Michigan woman, Walmart didn't train her to be a proper cashier. That's what her lawyer's going to claim. I don't know about all that. Well, on November the 8th, I'm going to vote. November the 10th, I'm going to celebrate the United States Marine Corps' 247th birthday, or Uncle Sam's misguided children. And then November the 11th, I'm going to celebrate Veterans Day. And here's some food for thought for you this morning, Steve. Do you know where you're going to be when you get to where you're going? Well, you're already there. You ain't going nowhere, right?
Things that make you go,
Yeah, I know, that's right. That's kind of like inviting 3 or 4 people to a dinner party. Who would you invite there, right? So, well, they could either be dead or alive. So, I've been asked that question before. I came up with Alan Jackson, Jesus Christ. I forgot who all I invited there. But anyway, that's all my baloney for this morning. Y'all have a great, blessed day. Been an interesting show.
There you go. Thank you very much. Have a great day yourself there, Knucklebuster. Yeah, Truck and Phil checking in. I'll get to that in a moment here. See, according to the Breitbart report, Immigrations and Customs Enforcement carried out a big sting operation around the country, apparently, from August 20th to September the 30th, a month-long operation, but news just comes out about this, during which time they arrested 175 illegal aliens, all with multiple drunk driving convictions and some who had actually killed Americans. Yet nearly 200 illegals, again, multiple drunk driving convictions across a number of states, including the sanctuary states of California and New York. Now, aside from drunk driving convictions, some of the illegals arrested in this sting had prior convictions for vehicular homicide, hit and run, assault, child abuse, weapons violations, domestic violence, fraud. One such illegal, a 40-year-old male from Mexico, was convicted of first-degree homicide and had been living in Norcross, Georgia. In another case, a 35-year-old illegal alien from El Salvador was convicted of second-degree vehicular manslaughter, was living in Bellport, New York. A 45-year-old illegal male from Mexico was also arrested in the sting after having been convicted of causing a fatal hit and run. He was living in Banning, California. While the sting operation nabbed many criminal illegal aliens, President Biden's administration has dramatically cut interior immigration enforcement, resulting in a nearly 50% drop in arrests of illegal aliens and a 62% drop in deportations of illegal alien. These are convicts, criminals. 62% drop in getting the bad hombres out of the country. Back in May, the former acting ICE director Thomas Homan told Breitbart News Biden is effectively deporting one illegal alien for every 100 illegal aliens arriving in the United States via the Mexico border. That's a fair trade. 1 for 100. All right, we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, speaking of which, let's get back to the calls here. Good morning, Senor Heatwave. It's happening on a Monday.
Good morning. Good morning, Senor. Oh, not a whole hell of a lot. I just woke up to brain dead talking about the inadequacies and inefficiencies of yellow. Well, I got news for baloney slinger there, knuckle buster, that the guy in charge of the operation is from FedEx. So, you know, if only these people would ask us, have like a suggestion line, or a complaint line or whatever, they would understand what we drivers are going through out here in the West. But I guess we were the redheaded stepchildren, and they're going to try to figure out what works and what didn't, and to hell with what we thought. So, yeah, I ain't real happy about it, but I'm happy I still have a job.
Mm-hmm.
And, Brain Dead was right. Me and my former co-driver, we had a trailer that had a Hanson Umbop wrap around it. I mean, these trailers are old, really. They're so damn old and rusted. I mean, you could poke your finger through some of the metal on there, and they don't care. As long as it rolls, it goes. So I sure hope they do get newer equipment. And he's also right in stating that, whenever we do get new equipment, it comes in from the east, and then it works its way west. And the tractor may have, 15,000 miles on it. But, everything is already knocked out of the damn thing. The vents, they're mad at something, so they knock a vent out, for the AC or the heater. They don't have stereos in them anymore because, they're getting stolen out of the damn truck. It's like Jeff Foxworthy said, he was imitating his mother. We just can't have nice things. So, it's been a shish kebab show ever since they tried doing this.
Mm.
I guess we'll just have to see it through. I'm getting to the point in my life that I'm getting too old to go anywhere else, because either A, they don't want someone that's going to be there for, just a couple of years and then retire. So, yeah, my butt's here to stay. So this will be the last company I ever work for until I win the lottery or something else happen. Oh, so my son's finally getting his stuff out of the house. Oh, thank God. The weather's been cooperating, and we took 2 trailer loads of his stuff out of our house to his place, and 2 pickup loads for the one hauling the trailer, and then he hauled his vehicle. He's got a pickup, so he's 2 loads out of there, and we got the garage about half empty, which is nice, but the only problem is it's still half full. So, but he's got he had to build a chicken shed, and he's got that built up. The kids painted it, and he's got a store shed that he has to put together, but he's waiting to put a concrete slab, and then we'd have the garage all to ourselves. Thank goodness. So, and going inside his house, I mean, it's really, really a nice house, open floor plan, and there's no smell of a dead person in there, which is awful nice. I just didn't know what to expect when I walked in, but whoever they had to clean up the dead body smell and the fluids, they did a real good job of cleaning it up. So, Lordy. So I want to thank you very much for allowing me to put my cousin's music thing out there. I've had a couple of people say, that the music sounds real nice, and I even invited my cousin to get on, so he said he'd listen to the podcast when he could. So that's a good thing. Country music today is more rockabilly or kind of pop rockish.
Yep.
And I had asked him why that was, and he says, well, back in the day, they were losing their country music base. They were losing the listenership. Everybody wanted to go to pop rock or hillbilly rock or something other than, what we were used to back in the 80s and early 90s. And so he said, Nashville says you'll make it a little more peppy. And, you can't dance to that kind of music. Well, you can, but I mean, it's not two-stepping or swinging or sashading or, Cotton Eye Joeing or whatnot. I mean, it's just, damn, So yeah, I'm glad he's sticking to his guns, and he's going to do, what the music he wants to do. And I'm glad that his studio is backing him up. He says he's got some music in a can, and I thought, well, they're that bad, that they're not that great. And he says, no, it's not the crapper can. He said, if you watch, what was that show? Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?
Yeah.
When they were at the crossroads, and George Clooney started singing, he said that was what they called the can, the microphone. It was in a can. So they would sing in the can, and that's where the term come from. The music is in a can. I thought, oh, okay. Well, what the hell would I know? I'm an Air Force veteran. I'm a farm boy.
It's in the can. It's recorded. It's recorded, just not released or not finished yet.
Right. So I'm looking forward to his next release. He really doesn't know when that's going to happen, but you've probably seen the picture of me and him together. That house is he's building that house that we were in. Everything in that house he has done. It is a limestone brick house. It is quiet on the inside. It's cool on the inside during a hot summer day. And he said it is warm during the wintertime. So, he really is a gifted carpenter. and a bricklayer. So, yeah, I'm excited to go back next year and see how he's faring, and really looking forward to seeing my brother again, and hopefully my sister whenever she talks back to me on Facebook. So, but other than that, yeah, we're heading out to over here to Las Vegas, to Bloomington, and back home. So that crazy shenanigans with the guy chugging 7 beer in 20 minutes. Did you say that was in Philadelphia?
That is correct.
So I take it they made it to the World Series, huh?
Philadelphia will face Houston.
Well, it don't matter who they face. Houston's going to blow it somehow, somewhere. They are the Braves of the 80s and 90s.
Well, Houston right now, Houston is 7-0 in the postseason.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to have any faith. I hope they win, but if they don't, I won't be disappointed because that's their MO.
Okay. Well,
but if they do win it all, I will be pleasantly surprised.
Who would have thought that Houston would be able to sweep the Yankees in 4 for the championship series? Because that's exactly what they did. All right. Yeah, they're on a roll right now. And, hey, we'll return following a news break.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. After releasing the most oil ever from the U.S. Emergency Petroleum Reserve, the Biden administration is signaling it will refill soon, a multi-billion-dollar undertaking that it hopes will rouse sluggish domestic drilling activity. On Wednesday, Biden said for the first time that the Energy Department would begin purchasing oil to refill the U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve when oil prices are $67 to $72 a barrel or less. The criminal tax fraud trial of the Trump Organization is set to begin with jury selection Monday, offering a rare look into an opaque company that prosecutors say illegally paid some executives in cars, apartments, and cash. While the former president's family business has been the subject of legal scrutiny, this is the first time the company has faced a criminal trial. And France is falling behind in its plans to return the country's fleet of nuclear reactors to full power this winter after a rash of outages. This is USA Radio News.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-568-2790. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-568-2790. That's 800-568-2790. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-568-2790.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, a good Monday morning. Steve checking in. Morning, Steve, and all the listeners out there. Yeah, you've said that more than once. These weekends go by so damn fast. I believe a third day should be added so we can be fully rested when we go back to work. Yeah, enough dreaming, though. Hot cup of coffee in hand, time to head into town, fire up the old trash wagon, get this route started. Here we go. Can't get finished if you don't get started. Everybody enjoy the day, and we'll catch up soon. Very good. Have a good Monday. And Truck and Phil on board. Happy Monday. Coffee up. Morning, Steve, in the Hot Shot Secret Nation. How about those Miami Dolphins taking down the Pittsburgh Steelers? Everybody have a great week. Ready to do our thing. Depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan. Make the flip back. There you go. Have a good Monday. Just looking at the Big Sexy forwarded a story that I hadn't come across out of Missouri over the weekend, apparently. Woolridge, Missouri. Roughly half the town burned over the weekend after a wildfire spread quickly from a farm field and ultimately heavily damaged or destroyed 23 buildings, according to officials. No one died. Only one person taken to the hospital for an injury that's not life-threatening, but the entire town had to be evacuated Saturday because of the fire. Blaze was sparked in a field by a combine that was harvesting crops. A nearby stretch of I-70 had to be closed for several hours Saturday evening due to the heavy smoke. Cooper County Fire District spokesman said Sunday, this past day, that between 4.6 and 5.4 square miles burned before the fire was brought under control. Firefighters were out through the day yesterday, keeping hot spots under control with strong winds in the afternoon. Yeah, small town USA, a town of less than 100 people, about 20 miles west of Columbia along the Missouri River. Yeah, but according to the Rural Fire Protection District, half the town is burned. It's devastated. Firefighters were able to save the Woolridge Baptist Church, the Woolridge Community Club, and post office as they were pumping water from swimming pools to help battle the blaze. Elsewhere in Missouri Sunday, some Kansas City area residents were urged to evacuate because of a grass fire near I-470. A Kansas City police spokesperson said police were called to the area about 11 o'clock Sunday morning and actually started knocking on doors to let residents know about the fire. That blaze, they say, started as a mulch fire at a business before spreading quickly toward a neighborhood. They shut down Interstate 470 in the area Sunday afternoon for a couple of hours. Visibility was poor, and the fire had spread to both sides of the highway. Again, high winds and dry conditions spreading that fire quickly. According to the fire chief, the fire began on the south side of 470 before the wind carried embers from the initial fire over the highway, starting a second fire in a wooded area north of the highway. Crews battling the fire on two different locations. Drought conditions right now, of course, as we know, too common across Missouri. Of course, the National Weather Service had warned about high winds, especially in the northwest corner of the state this past day. Ideal conditions for wildfires to spread. Now, here on a Monday, again, there are a lot of wind advisories in place, again, for the upcoming day. We'll share that with you coming up here momentarily. But, wind advisory stretching from, again, southern Indiana, western Kentucky, southern Illinois, southeastern portions of Missouri. High wind warnings and wind advisories through much of central and northern South Dakota, much of North Dakota. Matter of fact, you even have the wintry side of that storm we were talking about earlier. Winter weather advisories and winter storm warnings in parts of Montana, down into northern Wyoming, western portions of Colorado. Obviously, the higher elevations will see the heavier snowfall amounts. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Morning, Steve.
What's going on, guys?
I'm playing truck driver.
What are you?
I'm not working tonight.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, what are you doing up on a Monday morning? You're off tonight.
Helping keep him awake. I see you got that story I sent you.
That was pretty interesting. Yeah, half the town burned. Wow.
Yeah, I thought I had sent that earlier, and when I looked, for some reason it didn't send, so I sent it to you a while ago. Yeah, we've had a lot of them around, a lot of grass fires around here, too.
All I know is we really need some rain here. It's dry as a bone.
Real dry. We're under a burn ban.
So what'd you do for the weekend? Anything special? Moose, did you find yourself in any trouble this weekend?
No, actually, it was a pretty uneventful weekend. I had a chance to relax there, and then got to go to dinner, got to try out a new restaurant, and it was actually a pretty nice weekend.
I thought you might.
Place over in. Go ahead.
I thought you might hesitate going out for the weekend dinner. You ain't going back to that chicken place, are you? That was an expensive dinner.
No. There's a little town. Oh, it's about 30 minutes from me, but just a little hole in the wall place. And there's a little mom and pop restaurant opened up over there, and everybody was raving about it. So we took a drive over there Saturday, and it was really, really nice. Called the Little Bird Cafe in St. Paris, Ohio. Kind of an unbecoming place, kind of an unassuming place, but and you walk in there, it's really nice. Food's great.
Huh.
Always going to try to find something different. There's only so many, only so much fried chicken and Big Macs you can eat. Got to try to find some diversity in life.
Yeah, you got to do your hibachi one of these days, Moose. Your hibachi grill.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't mind watching them do that stuff on TV. I just I don't know. I ain't really, that Oriental food and me don't get along good. It don't sit good in the gizzard, you know.
I hear you.
I eat it and then it eats me, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I think it's all the MSG or something, because it just, I mean, it's not that I dislike it. I like it. But, boy, I tell you what, I pay dearly for it after I eat it.
It's like eating it's like eating a big box of White Castles then.
Yeah, oh, yeah. You know, that White Castle's a sure cure for constipation, buddy.
Exactly.
You know what they say, you know, when you talk about beer, said you drink one and pee three. A White Castle's similar, but with a White Castle, you eat one and you crap four. So, no, but that's about it. We know you's in the loneliest hour there. So Big Sexy said we need to ring his phone.
I do appreciate it. Yes, indeed. Mondays are Mondays.
Yeah, we'll, you get bored before you have to put the kiddo on the bus, give us a ring on the hotline there, and we'll get off here so you can put a bow on it and tidy it up. And I'll leave you with this, Steve. P.S. You know what is in the sink.
What is in the sink? P.S. Postscript. All right, it's 844-3388. I guess kind of a sad outcome. A skydiver coming in for a pregame jump at a Tennessee high school football game Friday night. Washington County School Superintendent said the diver jumped at the David Crockett High School football stadium in northeast Tennessee, Jonesboro. David Crockett was facing Daniel Boone High School from nearby Gray. That's a good matchup, David Crockett and Daniel Boone High Schools. But the skydiver was a beloved husband, father, grandfather. Said mental health support professionals will be at both schools this morning. Our sympathies go out to the family of the injured skydiver that has passed away. Jump Tennessee, a company in Greenville, told news outlets in a statement that the 55-year-old man worked with the company. He had done more than 1,500 jumps over the years. Observers and witnesses didn't really notice anything unusual about the jump or his parachute. It deployed without incident. They've not yet identified the skydiver, but apparently it was what they call a hard landing. After he hit the ground, he was airlifted to the hospital. They observed a moment of silence there. The game went on with a delayed start. But yeah, they're in Tennessee. All right, we'll return into heading down the home stretch on a Monday morning. Great to have you on board. Hope you had a good weekend. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, huge turnout. Huge, or huge, as Trump likes to call it. Had a rally Saturday night there. Where was that? Robstown, Texas. Yeah, just as the case was leading up to the 2020 election. Yeah, wherever the guy shows up, standing room only crowds, thousands upon thousands, packed and stacked. Yeah, to see the former president speak. Hey, is that Scarecrow? Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Steve. I apologize for having to bail earlier there, but our customer/shipper is bound and determined to keep me out of your program. But,
oh, boy.
Anyway, we had a good weekend. Man, 80-plus degrees, and managed to get out on the scooter for a little bit. And but primarily here, Steve, if not, don't get anything else across, I would, on the behalf of several others out here, I would like to apologize for Knucklebuster's first call, insinuating that you would take advantage of the birthday girl.
Yes.
In this supposed inebriated condition. That's cruel. We know you would not do that. Now, the way I see it probably played out, the princess probably, she probably lost some of her inhibitions. And it was more than likely her that put the moves on Stephen Summers there. Now, are you going to deny this, Steve?
If for those who've paid attention to
Steve. Come on,
I'm the one that we went to the hibachi grill, recall, and I'm the one that passed out for 9 hours after dinner.
Oh, that time lapse that you've forgotten about. Now, you call it passing out. Well, and we've heard of others that don't remember certain areas that, either way, that gives the listener something else to think about here. Now.
Ain't no telling what might have occurred during those 9 hours.
Well, either way, I hope you enjoyed your White Castle.
Next thing you know, I was waking up with the sun coming up on a Sunday morning.
Oh, man. Well, I was surprised when I drove into work this evening, or my last night now. Our gas is now $3.20. I think it was 28.9. It dropped nearly 20 cents over the weekend again. Yet 40 miles to the east out on the interstate, it was still, I think it was 3.78 or so at Love's, there. So I guess time will tell if it holds. We've got plenty of competition for Quick Trip in La Crosse now, so maybe that's driving it down. I don't know, but so either way, we had some scooter time, and I learned a whole new, not a competitive game, but I was introduced to bedpan shots. For what that's worth, I have not relayed that to the better half as to having discovered that, or the couple young ladies that introduced me to that. That would not probably go over so well. So either way.
Okay, because that's a new one. It's a new one on me. I'm not familiar. Bedpan shots. I'll have to do a Google search.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you can do a search, or we'll clue you in later. But either way, it was amusing, if nothing else.
Yeah.
All I had, you can maybe squeeze one more caller in, so I'll call it good for now. I just wanted to clear the air on Knucklebusters, leading everybody astray there. So we'll leave it alone and maybe do it again tomorrow.
How dare he even suggest I would take advantage of the princess in that inebriated condition? You're right. A couple minutes left for this. We roll toward top of the hour. Kind of zooming in as later today, things are expected to get rather active in the south central portions of the country, kind of the bullseye zone, eastern Oklahoma, right down through the heart of Texas. Gusty thunderstorms in the mix. From all the way up in southwest corner of Missouri, again through much of eastern Oklahoma, Oklahoma City down through Dallas, and almost not quite to the Houston area, but again, could be kind of a rough ride later on this afternoon. They could really use some rainfall there, though. More than 70% of Texas is in moderate or worse drought conditions. Meanwhile, 82% of Oklahoma is in extreme or exceptional drought. Very, very dry. The storm likely to bring showers, rain, thunderstorms, widespread rainfall, half-inch to an inch. Now, some areas, the bullseye zone I just mentioned, more like 1 to 2 inches of rain between later this afternoon and into your Tuesday. Oklahoma City, Springfield, Missouri, all going to be in the mix potentially for some of those stronger storms. Now, if you look late Monday into Tuesday night, a much broader area, heavy rain from central portions of Illinois, much of Missouri, Arkansas, Mississippi, Louisiana. Some of that obviously going to be in a region that would be beneficial. Rainfall needed to eventually make its way into the Mississippi River Valley. It's been in the headlines for recent weeks now. Any of that rain that doesn't absorb into the ground will ultimately filter into the river. That'll help raise the water levels some by the middle of next week. It's amazing how long it takes for all that water to run off and reach the main artery of the Mississippi. Looks like the first day of severe weather kicks off later on this afternoon, Monday. Much of central and eastern Texas, moderate risk of severe storms. Of course, any rain will be beneficial rains, but you could see some flash flooding. There is that possibility of isolated tornadoes, damaging winds, 55 to 65 miles per hour with some of the stronger storms. Could see gusts approaching 85 miles per hour, according to the weather authorities there. So, yeah, that'll definitely slow down your travel in the high-profile vehicles. So have a safe day. Thanks so much for being with us. Join us back at the midnight hour tonight.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream,